We-On-Loc Nation up in the building tonight, trying to get a lots of entry. I don't know what's going on in the air tonight. I'm a little bit low too. I don't know what's going on in the air tonight. Everybody's getting sick. um, couple of the employees got sick today. And yesterday, so I had to cover a heavy load. But I don't know what the hell is going on today. But I'm here. I'm here and about to enjoy myself. Now, I'm sure we're about to get into it. Before we get into it, I would like to give a shout out to my nearest and dearest friend, anti social gamer. Um, Thank you so much for the 4.99, sis. Definitely appreciate you. And you definitely get the song of the freaking year. I should upgrade that song, bitch, but YouTube would have something to say about that. But fuck it.
That's ISO?
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house.
That's ISO?
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post to say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking none and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch them know that I be.
Yeah, thank you for the 4.99. But what I was gonna say was, and yeah, the audio's a little better. This was potentially supposed to be about accountability, but apparently everybody wants to hold, men mostly wants to hold everyone, including men, accountable. Hey, cynical one. They want to hold every person accountable other than themselves. Now, I often ask the question, who are we supposed to be holding accountable? You want to hold a woman accountable because you believe that a woman's best asset is between her legs. Not all the way necessarily true. Her success is her intellect, what she can do when she puts her mind into something. Do people know, or do people actually care that when a child is born, you're due to a certain gender, like a girl, for example, a boy. I'm not saying that a boy who is grown into this world does not possess the same intellect. It's just girls grow a little bit better. You know, as time goes on, of course, you learn and you grow and develop through education and so on and so forth. But in in this day and age, and especially in the marketplace, girls are a little bit more in tune and enticing. When it comes to relationships, that is a whole totally different thing. Now, I believe that both parties are to blame. I believe both parties have issues when it comes to dating. I'm not I'm not putting that onus on the women because even a man has trouble, acknowledging himself to be this this guy that is really, um how do I say, tight. I don't want to say nerdish. I just want to say tight on what he does. In other words, he's afraid to go up to a girl and ask her for a drink or whatever because he's afraid of what she might say to him. I've had no issues with that because I believe if most times that a woman will say no and whatever, then there's more fish in the sea. But we live in a day and age, but it just, we have to have that person. You don't have to have shit. You can just be by yourself. And my man James Young said she's 48 years old. That whole hating women thing, just because the internet told you to do things, is played out. That is true. That is true. I mean, you just mainly just people just need to mind their own goddamn business. To be perfectly honest with you. But again, 2025 is going to be very, very interesting. The dating market for 2025 is going to be very, very interesting. How men play into things now that we have learned through the internet that you know you're gonna have to go through all these types of hoops, all these little hooplas or whatever, just to get married, just to get into a date. First of all, let's stop talking about marriage. Let's just stop talking about marriage altogether. We are not if we're not capable of communicating to one another, if we're not capable of agreeing, and there's different PowerPoints to communicating now. Because let's face it, again, what do most men want? Sex. What do most women want? Money. I'm going to exploit you for your weakness. And when I do exploit you for your weakness, you're either A, gonna go stronger and learn from it, or you're gonna become the victim, or you're gonna become what I call the subject. And when you become the victim, you start blaming it. Oh, he wasn't good for me. He wasn't this. He wasn't that. I was going to do this. I was going to marry him, but I had to look through his phone. And it's just the insecurities that I have. That's the problem. You're putting the onus on your last relationship on another guy. The other guy had nothing, nada, zilch to do with the previous relationship that you had when you was with the nigga. Nothing. But instead you put your woes onto the next guy, for the next guy is going to look at you crazy. So who do we hold accountable? Do we hold, as men, do we hold women accountable? Or do we hold us accountable? Us as men? That is the question of the night. And we're going to get into the whole Melissa Ford thing in a little bit. Anybody, as everybody knows, that Melissa Ford was one of my favorites back in the day, where she was in Jet Ebony and Jet magazine. She was in all those things, and I'm the one that tore out the pictures and I hung up on my wall. And of course, she was in all types of magazines. She was this model, this force of nature, just like the body, Buffy the Body. Everybody knows about Buffy the Body. I mean, big old ass, not so cute in the face. Um, but still, I hung all them sisters up on my wall when I was younger. My dad had me take them down at one point, but uh, thanks, Bridge. But back to this situation. When you want to hold a woman accountable, why don't you start looking yourselves in the mirror and saying, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing that makes everybody else's relationship stand out? What am I doing wrong? Their stock is up while mine is going down. And I have the nerve, the alligator gall, to want to hold a woman accountable for her mistakes. You don't have to. The next woman is going to hold her accountable. You know why? Because that next woman is going to have a bit more substantial argument when it comes to dating. Because when she's in a relationship herself, when she's, let's just say she's married, when that other woman is married and she has standards and she holds herself she has to hold herself and her man accountable because they're both married and they both have standards. She should, I'm not saying forcefully, point and wag the finger and say, whoa, you did this, you're not supposed to. No, you don't come at them like a mob. You come at them as gentle as a fly and say, you know you messing up, right? And act like they little sister. And if they don't take your advice, if they don't take what you're saying and not come at them like Darren did, aka Bruiser, which Bruiser, he is not ordained. I am saying this, and he can clip it. Bruiser, you are not ordained, my nigga, to tell anyone, how and when and where to read the biblical scriptures. Who do you think you are? Trying to hold somebody accountable? Ah, that's funny. That's real funny. When you should be holding your men's accountable for acting stupid. Your men's accountable for beating up mentally and physically on a woman. Let's start there. When you're giving advice, there's a sucker born every single year. A man thinks he's El Shabazz, aka Malcolm X, aka Martin Luther King, aka everything underneath the sun. When quite frankly, you ain't none of those things. You believe you want to hold a woman accountable when quite frankly you can't even hold these men who are acting unruly accountable. That word is starting to get stale to me. That word is definitely getting stale. How we use it, when we use it. Now I get it. Certain platforms, they strive themselves and it actually works for them because the men are listening to the men, the women are listening to the women, and they're both coming together as one, and pretty much everything is set right at that moment. That's what I like to see. In other platforms, like for example, what I was watching the other day. Oh yeah, if it can come out of my mouth like the Lapeef show, I don't know what the hell is going on over there. Oh yes, definitely please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. I don't know what the hell is going on over there, but of course I have nothing against any of these guys, but Bruiser is starting to get on my damn nerves. What you're doing is you're trying to take up the mantle of Kevin Samuels. Not every newsflash, guys. Not every woman liked or loved or cared for Kevin Samuels. Even though I have no issues with the brother. I have no issues with Kevin Samuels whatsoever. It's like I said it before. Like when he made content about the brothers, he made content about the brothers. But then he switched up and made content about the sisters and marriage and family and started goggling on their weight. And it's like I don't approve. I really don't approve. But the man did his thing, and unfortunately he passed away. And now Negroes, like I said, a sucker is born every year. It's like a motherfucker want to ice skate uphill. And then they want to become the one. You a day late and a dollar short, my nigga. And you know what? I'm going to stop using that word. You are a day late and a dollar short, my guy. So, with that being said, let me get on the women. Ladies. Whenever a man gawks at you for more than 5 minutes, obviously he wants your attention. It's how he's getting your attention. If the man is looking for you from across the room with them sad ass puppy dog eyes, or he's trying to get his little pimp Mac on or whatever. Not saying that you can't hear him out. You can hear what the brother's trying to say. And if he's trying to really force it on you to really get to know him and all this other crazy stuff, if he's really trying to force it to get into, I see it nowadays. Maybe it's those pop the balloon shows that I'm used to watching, which I mean, I liked it for a minute, but it's starting to get ridiculous now. It's starting to get ridiculous. At a time where it had Change Your Heart. Change Your Heart had a purpose. This pop the balloon stuff had its purpose. Now it's pretty much, it's a comedy show now. Y'all remember that pop the balloon episode where the brother came up and he picked the girl? I forgot what episode that was, but he ended up picking the girl, ended up kissing her or whatever, and she revealed that she was a man, aka transy. It's a comedy show. Or when the sister could not seem to just shut the hell all the way up. Like, that's why niggas come in the room and automatically pop their balloons. Niggas pop other people. They start popping their balloons and shit. Yeah, I'm sick of it too. I'm sick of it. It's like, do what we don't know what we want. Some niggas like no kids. I can understand that. I don't want no kids. Nigga, do you have kids? I don't want no, the brother, my bad. The brother said, I don't want no baby mama. I don't want no baby mama. Nigga, do you have kids? Hiding somewhere? It's a hoax. It's a hoax, and I get sick and tired of it. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Now, look, I can understand that niggas is pressed for getting pussy. I understand it. Brothers ain't got no pussy in a year. That's not my fault. They don't want it. They don't want it. Oh, and then I gotta hear. Oh God, I gotta hear. We don't want kids, which is understandable, and I'm hoping that a lady friend of mine would come up. I'm gonna put the link in this description. I'm gonna put the link in the box, and I hope a dear lady friend would actually come and join me on this quest, because it takes two. Actually, it takes two to have a conversation. It's not just me blabbling on the microphone. It takes two to balance the scales. It takes two to balance it out. Now, what was I saying? The relationship that people are expecting are what? Let's name them: marriage, children, partridge in a pear tree. In other words, the man has the job, the man brings home the bacon, he works, he provides, he protects, blah 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 blah. We all heard that, right? What is the wife's role in all this if she wants to become a wife? Her role is to nurture and to educate. If these so-called men will let them educate their children, because they're supposed to be what? Stay-home moms. There's no such thing as a stay-home mom anymore unless she is pregnant. Unless she is 9 months pregnant and she can't stay on her feet for very long, there's no such thing as a stay-home wife. There's no such thing. Ever since inflation went up and is still going up, even before inflation, even before the government shut down, things weren't as normal as they were. They were still at normal during the 2000s, the early 2000s. Then things slowed down. Then things started speeding back up. Now the housing market is that bad. So you believe, and gas prices are still high. So with the possible government shutdown, because we don't know what's going to happen under Trump. Do you really believe it's apropos for a woman to stay at home while you do what exactly? Wear yourself out? I'm a man. I'm supposed to take care of mine. You're a freaking buffoon. You only got one heart. Only got one heart. Unless you are what I want to say healthy enough. Unless you're a healthy human being. Unless you work out at least 3 to 4 times a day, it's going to be taxing on your body even if you do work out. You got to find time to rest your brain, rest your body. That's why there is a such thing as a helpmate, your wife. That's why she has to go out and she has to work. Now, she doesn't have to work as hard as you, but she does have to work and she does have to bring home money. I live in the real world, ladies and gentlemen. I live in a world where everybody works. I live in a world where everybody is sustaining a job. Everyone. Wife, husband, boyfriend, girlfriend. Now, all these other Negroes out here, I ain't gonna mention no names. If you have the money like that, then good. Good. Let your wife stay at home while you bring home the bacon. And she can't say anything. Most of that, you're in a polygamous relationship. Most of that shit, you're in a polygamous relationship. That's all that is to it. But you can't come on these shows. You can't create shows like Lapeef and whatever. And why are these bikers running amok? Why they gotta be on my side of the hood? But anyway, you can't just come on to a live stream and tell a woman what she should or she should not be doing. She's going to do it anyway. But check this out. The threat is if a woman wants to work or she wants to have a career, well, she's going to have a career anyway. My wife has a career. It's fine. But you know what the consequences is. You ain't gonna get the man that you desire. There's plenty of men out there. There's going to be there's for every man, there's every woman. Knock it off. There's less men more than there is women. Who cares? So you mean to tell me there are no men in, let's just say, Britain? There are no men in Ghana. There are no men in China. There ain't no black men. There ain't no black men in Europe. There ain't no black men in Asia. There ain't no black men in Australia. There ain't no black men in Brazil. There ain't no black men worth speaking to. Really? A woman doesn't want to speak to me. So if you can't find one in the United States, which I fairly doubt, because like I said, there's for every man to every woman. I don't care what the stats tell you. If you can't find one in New York, you can find one in Miami. If you can't find one in Miami, you're gonna find one in New Jersey, New Hampshire, Amsterdam, Virginia, Vermont, California, Vegas, somewhere. You're gonna find them. You're just too busy hanging around white folks too much. Sliding into a white woman's DMs and shit. And some of the motherfuckers, as funny as it sounds, don't want nothing to do with a brother. Don't want nothing to do with you either. How does it feel? How does it feel to have these white girls reject you? That's crazy. Reject a brother? That is crazy. And good. Good. You should get rejected because you couldn't find none of these sweet sisters out here anyway. All they do is take your money and da 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 da. Look at Melissa Ford situation. So what about what about Nelly? Isn't he engaged to what's her face? Who's that pop singer that was from Murder Inc.? I forgot what her name was. Somebody give me that lady's name. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Unless he has money to take. At that point, really doesn't matter. It's the complaining and that energy that you give out into the atmosphere. It's that same energy, that same exact energy that you give out into the atmosphere. When you say there ain't no good women out there, well, you're gonna find it in your mind and in your spirit and in your heart that there ain't no good women out there. That's on you. That's on you. Man, why can't women just play their position? Why can't you play yours? And I'm not saying there ain't no bad women out there. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is when you try to hold a woman accountable, you need to start looking in the mirror at yourself. What am I doing wrong? And if that person is an embarrassment to you say, per se, quote unquote, an embarrassment to the community, all you do is shun them. But you have other Negroes that will pat and hit that. And I'm sorry to say, I'm sorry to call this woman out, but to me, she is shunned from the black community as far as I'm concerned, unless she straightens up her ways. Sexy Red has been known for burning niggas. She can't rap at all. Is she but rap about something other than your vagina. Just rap about something other than your cooch burning. I'm burning. Why is my thing burning like this? Niggas filming you and you making a Jesus. You making a lip gloss of a Jesus Christ. Of a VD, of a venereal disease. Put this on your lips. I would have hoped that if the broad put it on the lips, she gonna end up burnt. Her lips gonna end up burning. But she is shunned. But again, niggas love shit like that because she's easy pickings. And there's plenty of sexy reds out there. Plenty of them. What's wrong with other women with a little bit of higher standard holding this woman's feet to the fire and saying how wrong she is? Ain't too many people out there like that. The Dr. Francis Cress Wilsons of the world are gone. The Zaza Zanzala, I don't want to mess up that lady's name. Zaza Ali, she's retired. You ain't gonna listen to her no way. Just because she took a little bit of advice from Kevin Samuels. You know, there's ways around there's ways around that. Maybe if you listen to her speak one on one. Maybe if you just listen to the woman speak. But we gonna do it. We do what we do in our own little way. And you wonder why, so many marriages are down and so many divorces are up. You wonder why people don't want to get married. People don't want to get married for obvious reasons. People don't want to have women don't want to have kids. I've met a handful of women now who are kidless. Even middle-aged women do not have kids. And I say, why? Because, well, partially it's because of the world that we live in. But most of them will tell you it's because I don't trust men. And I say, that's interesting. So, all right, next segment, we're going to go into this Melissa Ford thing. And I hope my co-host, well, I asked her. She's not really my co-host. I asked her to be co-host. I saw the video thumbnail that they are married now. You're talking about Nelly and what's her face? I gotta figure who's it. I gotta figure who that lady is. I don't want to say Shan. I don't want to say Shanae. I don't want to say Chantel. I don't want to say none of that. But either way, congratulations to Nellyville, St. Louis's own Nelly, for getting married to the woman that mainly 10 years ago, Ashanti. Congratulations to Nelly and Ashanti for not only getting married, but having a child. And the child is on the way. Definitely. I love it. I love that type of positivity. I love it when a couple comes together and lets the world know that this is us. And especially Jonathan Majors and Megan Good. Now, I hope those two really, really hit it off. I hope they do. Because they can prove to the entire world that marriages do exist, that marriages can last long if you let them last. Now, I do feel sorry for Pat Poose and, Remy Ma. I do feel sorry for them. But shit happens. The only thing they can do is just move forward and move on. But you're living in the rap world, so you need to be careful with that. Just like Nelly, he's 50 years old. He ain't got time for none of that shit. Ashanti, she's 44. She ain't got time for none of that shit. They're getting older. And they've been around for a very, very long time. And I am so happy that she finally found interest in him. I am so happy. It will be such a trip if I can interview those two. It'll take a lot of convincing, but I think I can pull it off. But I am so happy for them. I really hope that people can learn lessons from those particular individuals, Nelly and Ashanti. Um, Jonathan Majors and who did I say? Jonathan Majors and fuck, I'm losing my fucking mind. Maybe if I slow down the room. Megan Good. If Jonathan Majors and Megan Good can make it, just like Nelly and Ashanti, then I believe that this whole world will shift. The universe will shift. And we can have an equal, balanced conversation. Because, like I said, a lot of people don't want to, a lot of women don't want to have kids for the majority of reasons. But one of those reasons are that men are not worthy. And they are really, really, really scared. And I don't blame some of them. I do not blame them. But you got people like Daryl and you know that whole crew, aka Bruiser. I mean, shouts out to the brother. You know he's married and everything, but I don't know why four married men four married men would have an argument with a. I don't know what the interest is. Could somebody please tell me why four married men wanna hold a single woman accountable? Shouldn't these four married men talk to other married couples? Why are we talking to single individuals? You make them not want to get married the way you're talking. And I'm not blaming all of them. I'm not saying about all of them. Sweeney, he has his ups and he has his downs. I don't know about the other guys. One is kind of red pillish. The girl up there, DJ, I just think she just needs to slow down. She just needs to slow down and definitely. I'll play some of it if we got plenty of time. The fact of the matter is, you're either going to become a victim or a subject. There are some pointers that We-On-Loc can actually give you if you would like to listen. There are some pointers and there are some things that I would definitely like to share with you on how to approach a woman. Ladies, I can give you some advice, or I know a woman that can definitely give you some advice on how to absorb a man's thought matrix. See where his head is at. If his head, by the time he stops talking, or if he doesn't stop talking, that means he's all about himself. That's most times. But it all depends on what he is talking about. If he's talking about money, if he's talking about, I can get you here, I can get you there, blah, 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 whatever, nigga. But if a man listens to you, because that's what most of the date is supposed to be about. It's about listening to her. As a matter of fact, 9 times out of 10, a man picks a woman. A man takes a woman out. A man sits a woman down and wants to listen to her story. There are very few and in between women who would pick a man and actually listen to his story, which is a whole bunch of jibber jabberish. We know we're accomplished. We're accomplished in a lot of things. They see us when we pick you up in our rides. They see the jewelry most of the time. They smell the cologne. They see the drip. They see the clothes. They see the smile. They see the teeth. They see the hair. They see all that. They already know you working with something. They already know we fresh to death. We all know we come from a good household and all that. Some do, some don't. So why are we making it all about us, fellas, when we should be making it all about the lady that we picked? Too much like right nowadays. Too much like right. But I left the link in the chat box. I hope everyone had a wonderful New Year's. I hope y'all did. I hope everybody's staying clean, staying safe, because, like I said, something is out in the air tonight, and it ain't Phil Collins. It's a lot of sick, germful people out there. One of my coworkers got sick. I wish her a speedy recovery. But yeah, you would think that a woman with a more higher standard would hold a woman accountable just because she actually cares. But if the other woman don't want to be held accountable and she's talking out the side of her neck, she's not listening to you. Most women feel that men, and some men do, should take the blame for this. I'm saying some, not all. When it comes to relationships and they feel they've been dogged out for so long, when it comes to abuse, how long they've been abused, some women just don't care anymore. It's like just like there's nothing that you can say that can convince a woman of anything unless it's an absolute strong minded woman. But you got to learn how to break that wall down. So it's going to take a lot of convincing and a lot of proving. But other than that, they ain't got nothing for you. They off to the next adventure. Men just get sick and tired of women, period. And if you're getting sick and tired of a woman, then you just need a break. Spend some time with yourself, bruh. Take a long vacation to Belize or something. Go to Jamaica. Hang out with the brothers. Just do something for yourself. We do need a break from each other. Because we see each other every day more than we see our children. We see each other every day online, on these live streams, more than we see our families. And that's a problem. That's an issue. That's why I don't come on here more than 2, maybe 3 times a week. Because if I have something to say, I have something to say. Or if I have somebody to cuss out, then that's what I'm going to do. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And if you have not done so, tell a friend and tell a friend about We-On-Loc Nation. And if you have not done so also, please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. And by the way, antisocial, once again, I thank you, my love, for the $4.99. Now, we're going to get into the next segment, but, you know, brother got to pay some bills. So I will definitely be seeing you in, I'll say, 2 clicks. That means 30 seconds.
Get ready for the most glamorous event of the year, the U2B Streets Awards 2025, February 9, 2025, at Laven Midtown, located at 641 West 42nd Street, New York City. Join us at 12 p.m. for the pre-show red carpet extravaganza and a chance to win $500 in our fashion contest. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., enjoy the gold tier experience with speakeasy confessionals, press interviews, and premium cocktails. At 4 p.m., the platinum tier includes performances, a comedic host, an award ceremony, dinner, and gift bags. From 8 p.m., the diamond tier features a VIP after party with a DJ, aerial dance, fire performances, and gift bags. 24 YouTube categories and many nominees. Can't attend in person? Stream the entire event live on Hush and Move Media via Uscreen for just $9.99. Get your early bird tickets before September 15, 2024. Visit now. Be a sponsor. Be extraordinary. Be there. Be great.
All right, we're back. So we're gonna go ahead and start our next segment. And this is about Melissa Ford's Childless Cat 80 or whatever. No, this is just a full episode, my bad. And without further ado, let's just get into it. Fair use, fair use.
Offended.
Via the Democrats to people who don't really.
That was awful. But anyways, I know that I'm not the only one that felt that their life choices were put under attack. So this episode is called I Am 48, I Am Child Free, and I've never been married. And guess what? That's okay. I never made it down the aisle, but I have been engaged in the past. How many engagements? I would say 2.5. Let's start with the 0.5 since that was the first one. I was involved with a man who loved me. He was good looking, he was tall, he was charismatic, gregarious. Everybody loved him. My mom loved him, my sister loved him, my niece loved him, my friends loved him. Everybody loved him. But there was something inside of me that just said, this is not perfect. It's the furthest thing from perfect. He would say things like, nobody's ever going to love you the way that I love you. And I believed him. I wrestled with this internal sense of guilt. I wrestled with the guilt of honestly wanting to be free, honestly wanting to live my life and to date and to experience other men and to experience other things and other places. I just wanted to live my life. I had moved to New York.
Hold on. Did anybody catch that last part? Did anybody catch that last part? Okay. If you didn't, then I'm just going to go back and I'll just go ahead and play that part, what she said.
Guilt. I wrestled with the guilt of honestly wanting to be free, honestly wanting to live my life and to date and to experience other men and to experience other things and other places. I just wanted to live my life. I had moved to New York.
That is how first young girls and how they are when they turn a certain age. That's just how they are. When they turn a certain age, they want to explore, they want to travel, they want to do all types of stuff, and that's cool and all. But know your boundaries. Know your consequences. Know what you're going to get into. Right? Because most of these females, just like when Melissa Ford, she was And there are many other girls like Esther, Buffy the Body, all these particular type of girls who venture off and become supermodels. From supermodel to video vixen to all this and all this and all this. And then all of a sudden you get middle age and you got the next girl coming in doing the exact same thing that you just did. Only they do it better. And they go a little bit of an extra mile just to get what you gotten, but better. So now you're here and you're trying to accomplish getting that dude. Well, ship has already sailed for most guys or for most girls. That ship has already sailed. The men have already gone bye bye. But once you have that opportunity, then pretty much this happens.
New York from Toronto, a totally different country, with $25, 2 suitcases, and a one-way ticket. I didn't have permission from my country to leave. I didn't have permission from this country to be here. And I was making things happen for myself at a very, very rapid pace. And so to find myself inside of a relationship that felt so stifling at this very young age and not having the vocabulary to speak up for myself and articulate that somebody who loves you would not say those things to you. They would Nobody will ever love you the way that I love you, because that indicates that there's a part of me that's broken or there's a part of me that's unlovable. But I didn't know how to articulate this. So I stayed in this relationship that I was wildly unhappy in for approximately 3.5 years, close to four. And I have to admit, I was not faithful in this relationship. Nothing that I'm proud of, but I just chalk that up to I was really, really young and I was hood famous. I was on the covers of magazines, on your local newsstand. So everybody recognized me. And that was another source of pressure that I felt being inside of this relationship rather than being free to explore all of my options. And so one day I was going through some drawers, folding laundry, placing clothes, in the drawers and such. And I found it. I found a box. And when I saw it, I said, please, God, don't let this be what I think it is. And I opened the box. And there it was. It was a ring. And the only thing that I could think was that it was an engagement ring. It sure as hell was not a promise ring. We were way beyond that. We were not in high school. I was not wearing this boy's varsity jacket. This was an engagement ring.
So, this is quite interesting. You ended up messing around, thinking that, nah, this couldn't be a dream come true. And you wonder why men act the way that they act. Because when an opportunity hits you, you take lightly of the situation, which you couldn't stop to think, well, maybe just if I could just wait a little while longer, and if I feel a certain way, then I have the option to opt out, because obviously she doesn't have any kids. And then she found a ring. Let's see where this goes.
And if I knew this man the way that I knew him, that proposal was going to be very public. And that terrified me. I didn't want to have to say no in front of our friends and family and publicly humiliate him. He did not deserve that, but I also could not see myself saying yes in front of everybody just to save face, and then later on have to break it to him like that this is not something that I was going to be able to go forward with. So what I did instead was I packed up all my belongings while he was out of town and put them in storage and flew back to Canada. And then I had the conversation about us breaking up over the phone. I know what you're probably thinking as well. Yo, Melissa, that's fucked up. I know. It took years for me to make peace with this decision. I have self-flagellated over this decision. I have beaten myself up every way to Sunday that you possibly can. I tried to reconcile with him at one point, which was a big mistake. That is the 0.5.
Well, at least she held herself accountable, which she said that she made a mistake, which was the biggest. It's the biggest mistake of her life, but it's not the end of the world. Or is it? Let's find out.
I had an ugly duckling phase. Don't tell anybody. I destroyed all the pictures, so there's no proof. Before I became a video model and a model, and I was like known as the brain amongst all my friends, you know, so I was studying forensic psychology with a minor in English literature in university. So the fact that I started to become known more for my looks than my brain is kind of ironic. The attention just snowballed, and I started to see that I was able to, you know, make a business out of it. If it didn't make money, it didn't make sense.
Society places an enormous amount of pressure on us to check certain boxes. The box of go to school and excel. You've got to pursue a career based on what you went to school for. And you've got to excel and become successful. And you have to have your 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year plan, all while you're in your 20s. Get married, get the white picket fence, and have 2.3 kids. Never figured out the point situation when it came to the statistics, because like, what's a third of a kid? But I digress on that. The problem with the boxes is that we never check in with ourselves. It is never, ever, ever our first thought as to, well, what is it that I actually want? I am now, you know, welcoming into my circle a lot of women who checked all those boxes. And for all intents and purposes, a lot of the stuff really actually did not work out. Yes, welcoming into my get the white enormous amount of
Forensic psychology, and I started didn't make sense.
School for. And
Sorry. I have to get a pen and pencil. And yes, some of that stuff does exist, but I had to get in pen and pencil. Please forgive me. And copy some of this stuff down.
And you've got to excel and become successful. And you have to have your 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year plan, all while you're in your 20s. Get married, get the white picket fence, and have 2.3 kids.
That's what mainly happens when you have a 2-parent household and you see what your mother and father are doing most of the time. Like, my mother and father both worked at General Motors. They ain't have too much of a plan for me. I already know what my plan was before when I graduated high school. But you get these quote unquote rich kids or these quote unquote special people to say to these kids, well, You got to do this, you got to do that in order for you to be successful. Blah 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 blah. You got to graduate college. You got to go to um, um, you know, a business school or whatever. It's not always that. It's not always what it seems, especially for men. Women, all you have to do is be a supermodel, look pretty, and that's basically it. It's harder for men to get, especially a black man, to get a particular job, to be competitive, to get the money that they need to get. And some of these brothers are actually grinding to get what they need to get. But again, it's taxing on them. Not saying the Melissa Ford or Elster or any of these supermodels from back in the day had to work for what they had to get. They didn't have to do nothing but sit there and look pretty. Let's just be 100% with it. But then years later, why complain? Let's listen.
Never figured out the point situation when it came to the statistics, because like, what's a third of a kid? But I digress on that. The problem with the boxes is that we never check in with ourselves. It is never, ever, ever our first thought as to, well, what is it that I actually want? I am now, welcoming into my circle a lot of women who checked all those boxes. And for all intents and purposes, a lot of the stuff really actually did not work out. Yes, they ended up with the children, but they ended up in sometimes a loveless, sometimes an abusive, and sometimes a marriage of convenience. Sometimes they didn't even get the marriage. They just got the kids, and they inherited a whole lot of struggle and strife. And it's not to say that their choices are better or worse than the choices that I made. These are just choices. But for us women, I feel like our choices oftentimes have never really, really belonged to us. And when we have tried to exert our sense of independence, we are shamed for it. At this point, let me go on to the second engagement. So I'm 28 years old, and I have left the previous relationship, the 0.5, and I have met this man who, the minute I saw him, I knew I was going to be with him. He just was it. I don't know how to describe it. And the second I heard his voice, I said, I'm going to marry this man. I don't know what it was. Like, he had this Louisiana drawl. It's my favorite Southern accent. He was huge, like 6'1", 246 pounds of hulking muscle. He had skin the color of like red clay. He had this thick neck, big round head. He had this crooked tooth that drove me wild. His flaws were like manna from heaven for me. And I loved his dirty draws, and I could just sleep in his armpit right after he'd played a game of like pickup basketball. That is how much I loved this man. And our courtship was a whirlwind. He wined and dined me. He bought me lovely, lovely gifts. I'd wake up to those baby blue Tiffany boxes just laid on the pillow right next to me. We could go to my favorite store, and as long as I put on a little fashion show for him, everything I wanted I could get. But when I say that the gifts really mattered nothing to me, it was this man. He was the gift to me. That's just a fact. And we were 6 months into our relationship when the first sign of trouble appeared. I was in Denver for All-Star Weekend. and I was working for BET at the time. So I had a lot of responsibilities. I had to make a lot of appearances, I had to interview a lot of people, and a lot of those people were athletes. And he was back home. And I did not know that he was jealous. It didn't even cross my mind. And so when I got home after an event and I was perturbed by, an interaction with a strange man at a party that I had been at. He'd said something vile to me and it hurt my feelings. And all I wanted was to be comforted. And so I went back to my hotel room and I called my boyfriend and I just asked him to just tell me that he thought that I was beautiful and that he loved me. And he didn't do that. He just pressured me to tell him what happened. Why are you asking me to do this? And so I told him what happened, and he responded by saying, "Why would I want to date such a weak bitch that would be that offended by what some strange guy has to say to her?" There's just no way that he just said that to me. I'm sorry, what? And he said, "You heard me." And I said, "I'm really confused right now." And he was like, "I'm sure you are." I felt like I was talking to a stranger. There's no way that this was the person that I had just spent the last 6 months with, completely absorbed with, and in the throes of like love and ecstasy with. And I said, "I'm glad that I'm finding out who you really actually are now rather than later." He said, "Yeah, I'm sure you are." Click. And hung up the phone on me. I cried myself to sleep that night.
Pause. 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 Oh gosh. Do you wonder why men fight to try to keep the ladies from having a career, which is quite interesting in itself? I mean, it depending upon the career that they're seeking. They fear that once you have this particular career, you're not going to want the attention of a man, but you're going to want all these material things, and women can buy any damn thing that they want on their own. But it's not the materialism. Anything can burn, anything can just go up in a gulf of flames. Money can dissipate, it can disappear. Whatever happened to love? Whatever happened to romance? Whatever happened to whatever happened to things that mattered? Materialism depreciates. And I guess in Melissa's case, there's two sides to every story. But in Melissa's case, I would say this is one of the reasons why women are afraid when they get that first first date. They have all these particular questions. They didn't even want to pull your damn STD card. Let's check your update on STD. What you got in your bank account? They got questions now. I mean, it's fuck the dating. What are you gonna do for me? You got to have a clean rap sheet. That's crazy. I am so glad I am married. I am so fucking glad I am married. I am so glad because it's hard now. I didn't think it was this hard to go on a date. Although she's a celebrity, so shit happens. But a regular Joe Schmo like you and I, how why is this that hard to just go out on a date? Mahogany, can you explain this to me? Bridge, can you explain? Can any woman explain this to me? Why is it so hard? Why is it so fucking hard to go out on one date to experience, not just one date, I'm so sorry, but to experience something that could possibly last a lifetime? Why is it so hard? I don't even know. I don't even know who to. I mean, it's. I don't even know who to blame at this point, because a woman could say something, and then a man could say something. It's all on and void because she's been in a situation, he's been in a situation. So, black man, black woman, y'all gonna have to work on that. Y'all definitely gonna have to work on that. Let's continue.
And the next day, I had to cover a ladies' luncheon, the wives of the NBA. And so I had to be perfect and pretty. And I had to act like the man of my dreams had not just told me to basically go F myself. And so while I was getting ready, a large bouquet of flowers was delivered. My makeup artist said, "Mel, you should read the card." And it said, "You are beautiful to me and I love you. And I'm sorry." And then his name. I burst into tears. It just flew out of my face. So basically, my whole beat face just melted. And I called him and I said, "I received your flowers." And he said, "I am so sorry." And I told him, "I'm going to forgive you because I love you. But you can't ever speak to me like that ever again." He's like, "I promise I won't." So whenever people wonder, how do people end up in abusive relationships and why do you stay? The reasons are aplenty, but I will start by saying that that is not the way that it begins. It begins with love bombing. It begins with flowers, candy, gifts, and the wonderful sex and the cuddles and the pillow talk. And this is how it begins. And it can last for a lengthy amount of time before that person really shows up. The true version of themselves shows up. And by that point, you start to bargain with yourself and they start to apologize. And their apologies are usually very, very sincere because at the end of the day, I truly believe that they believe their apologies are real. They just have an illness.
You might want to be careful with those because you can tell. You can definitely tell when a man is sincere. I mean, he'll break his whole effing arm just to get you back in your good graces. Apologizing is usually not enough. Because I can say I'm sorry and say fuck you the very next day. I literally have to like get down on one knee or embarrass myself in front of my family, my friends, to say I messed up. That's just how the world is. If I made a mistake, I'm going to own up to it. hands down. But if I'm fronting, and if my head is that big, it's like, and if I say what I would say to Melissa Ford, F you or whatever that thing said, and then I go about the very next day saying, I'm sorry. If I don't apologize that day, that night, it's no, no. And plus, it's not even sincere. Because think about where you are in society. We're talking about rich people. We're talking about people who make $6 to $7 to $8 million in their fucking sleep. They don't care. They don't necessarily care for you. Not the only thing that they care for is their family. And I don't think they necessarily care for their families because of how head their big has gotten. Remember, money does not cure everything. And it's because of the money that they make, because of the resources that they have access to. They sometimes forget who they are and where they are. And other times, it's not about the money. It's about your spirit. Where's your spirit? Your soul is trapped in Hollywood somewhere. And I'm not saying that this woman's any better because she's been through a whole bunch of magazines. She's been through video. She's basically the video vixen, believe it or not. She's done a couple of movies. She's been in a couple of movies, right? I'm not saying she's any different. But I'm saying that the person that would say that to a person like this, there's got to be some mental issues involved. But let's see what happens. Click.
Inside of them. And I would also venture to say that the first signs of abuse are usually not physical. And by the time it gets to physicality, you start to reason that you were an active participant in it. You start to reason with yourself that you started the fight by angering him or saying something that was out of pocket. Or you reason with yourself that you are no shrinking violet. So it's not like you got hit and cowered in a corner. You fought back. These are the things that you reason and bargain with yourself that allow you to stay in this level of toxic relationship. And so, as much as I would love to say that that was the last time that he spoke to me in that way, and that was the last time that I received it, that would not be the truth. We were together for another year and a half, and I accepted his marriage proposal. And a lot of you would probably be asking, why would you do that? Why would you accept the marriage proposal of this man that was so abusive towards you and unfaithful towards you and really bad at it? Like, I found out everything all the time, and I don't really have an excuse for it other than I was addicted to him. Was working at BET at the time when we were dating, and more than once observations were made about bruises on my body and how skinny I was getting, obviously from the stress. And people had...
Wait, was she dating Nah. Nah.
Had voiced concern for me, but I just shooed them away. We tussle. It's fine. No problem. But there really was a reason for concern. I stayed through it all and accepted the marriage proposal. The final straw for me was his reaction to finding out that my mom was ill. I had gotten a phone call while I was out with him and his family, and he was acting up as per usual. And I got a phone call from my aunt telling me that my mom had been rushed to the hospital. I was in Texas. So, in order for me to rush home to see my mom, I would have to leave Texas, go home to New York, pick up my passport, and then go to Canada. And when I told him what was going on, obviously I was looking for empathy and sympathy and compassion, and that was not what I got. It was on this day that I finally could see the forest for the trees. If I stayed in this relationship, in 10 years, I would have that white picket fence and I would have the 2 kids and I would be an abused woman, hiding her bruises and her broken bones and her scars from her family and her friends and society at large because I was a forward facing media personality / model. My mom's sickness was strangely enough a blessing in disguise. And that relationship came to an end. And that was the first full engagement. So 1.5. So that's where we are right now.
Any advice for any beautiful women out there to try and make it?
That's most video vixens. That's mostly video vixens. Yeah, it's sad, but yet that's the consequences of being in the game. Sad but true. What do you think? We are like the man doesn't have to put his hands on a woman. That's just how a man with power, a man with a big ass ego operates. He feel like he must be Caesar. You rob Peter to pay Paul. Even Robin Hood never got a big ego like this. And I hate Robin Hood now. Do I feel sorry for Melissa? Of course I do. Do I wish she was into something else? Sure. But that's me. That's my opinion. Other people who had seen this video already had their own opinions about what happened. And they would often say, well, you should have married a man that will protect you. How? She went through 2 of them. She went through 2 of them. And one was a liar. The other one was not only a liar, but a manipulator. Basically, a narcissistic person. A very narcissistic person. I'm slowly but surely starting to get that. Starting to get that. Let's continue.
Any advice you have to give? Because I know it's a hard struggle.
Rock and hit a Tony Smith. I mean, it may as well be like John Doe. He was from Greensboro, North Carolina. And he had come up to Toronto to play for the Toronto Argos, which is a football team in the Canadian Football League. And he had played in the National Football League, the NFL, for many years. And a lot of NFL players, you know, when they're not ready to hang up their cleats, you know, and not ready to like, you know, kind of be put out to pasture, they'll come to the CFL. And so I met Tony at this festival called Caravana in Toronto. He was so beautiful. My God, instant attraction, obviously. And we started dating. We genuinely liked each other. We liked each other to the point where we could say really, really offhand things to each other. For example, he asked me what my fantasy was. And I got this look on my face. And I said, well, a fantasy would be, I guess, a menage with me and you and somebody else. And he was like, another woman? I said, no, with another guy. And he was like, really? He was like, do you have an idea as to who this guy is? I said, yeah. He's like, really? You have to tell me. I said, it's your best friend. And I expected him to maybe slap me. I don't know what. But he threw his head back and roared with laughter. And I was like, wow, that was not the response I was expecting. And he said, do you want me to make that happen? I was like, oh my God, that is so sweet. No, absolutely not. It is just a fantasy. It is meant to stay there. But just the fact that you are open to it and don't make me feel shame for feeling this way. He was like, why would I make you feel that way? And Tony, I don't know. He maybe he was just an anomaly, but wherever we would go, no matter how scantily I was dressed, he would let me move around the party as I felt the need to and interact with anybody. And he would just sit there and just watch me with a smile. And at one point, somebody stood next to him and asked him, like, yo, aren't you afraid to let her walk around like that? And he was like, absolutely not. She's going home with me. I don't have anything to be worried about. And you want to know something? He was absolutely right. His
I wish a lot of men would think that way, but let me continue.
level of confidence and knowing that I had eyes for nobody but him was what made him so much more sexy to me, so much more attractive, and made me like and love him so much more. I wish that I could say that the vast majority of my relationships went like this, but they didn't. They didn't. I'm going to take a sip of wine.
Take that sip.
I was raised as an only child. My father was a Rolling Stone, and I am the youngest of 11. But I am my mother's only child, and I was raised in a two-parent household, just me on my own. I used to wish constantly for a brother and a sister or a twin. It was around 6 when I figured out the twin thing was not going to happen. But I really wanted a brother or a sister because I was lonely. And I was smack in the middle of a very tumultuous marriage. Some of my earliest memories as a child are of my parents arguing and physically fighting each other.
So her dad is black, but her mom is white. I'm gonna let that go. We'll continue.
At one point, I was 5 and I got in the middle of my parents physically fighting each other. My mom was holding a glass pitcher above her head and was prepared to smash it on my dad's head. And I want to say that this was in defense of herself. This was her protecting herself. So
That's where most that's where most pain starts. Two parents, mother and father, argue with each other. Yelling becomes an argument. Argument becomes physical. Physical becomes something else. That's how it starts. And most likely, the child is right smack dab in the middle. Trust me, I know. I truly know. The trauma, often, if it's not worked, if because I often would tell my wife, or I would, my brother would start arguing with his wife, and before he would say anything crazy, he would say to all three of his kids, go upstairs. Go upstairs and shut the door. And we'll go out into the garage, and then we'll start talking. And then most likely, you're going to have that middle child, oh, let's see what's going on. And they'll sneak downstairs. If you don't fix that, then this is how trauma happens. Let's continue.
Needless to say, my first introduction to marriage and how men and women, the expectation of how they interact with each other on a romantic level was very, 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 very traumatizing. And they didn't do anything to try to correct it. They didn't sit me down and explain things to me or apologize to me. I think that that's something that parents really miss the mark on a lot of the time, is that you are not perfect. You are human. And to be a human being is to err. And sometimes you do things to unintentionally harm your children or traumatize them, and they deserve an explanation and they deserve an apology. When my parents were not arguing with each other, they were staying as far away from each other as possible. And what that meant was I was left home alone a lot. So, one of the main reasons why my parents never said no to me when I wanted another animal. I had nothing but cats and dogs and birds and fish all over the house. I feel like animals saved me. It sounds strange, like I'm like, Mowgli or something.
Word to the wise, you can get all those things for your daughter or your son or both, but it's nothing more like the feeling of your father coming up to you. Oh, both parents. I'm sorry. Both parents coming up to the child or the children, plural, and telling them the truth. That way, the child can figure out for themselves, in their mind, everything's going to be okay. It's just people argue sometimes. It's no big deal. As long as you're not putting foot to ass to one another, then that child's going to reel off to, do I want to stay with mommy? Do I want to stay with daddy? That's when the real household splits, is when the child makes a decision whether he or she or both want to stay with the mom or the dad. Neglecting the father because the father was so foolish is to put his hands on the mother, or neglecting the mother because the mother was so foolish is to condemn the father. Whatever the case may be, the child needs to know the truth. It's like we are separating from one another, but that does not mean we do not love you. We will always love you, no matter what the situation is. And he or she will still be around that child or children, plural. The real family household breakup is not when a woman divorces the husband. It's when the child makes a decision. If you two cannot be grown enough to say, hey, before we can have this conversation, I want all children to part from us, then you're not doing your job as a parent.
From the what was that? What's that book called? The Jungle Book? Yeah, I'm Mowgli from the Jungle Book. But yeah, that was my reality. My parents would come home late at night. The animals were the ones that took care of me. Thankfully, I didn't burn down the house. But this left an imprint on my brain as to the way that men and women interact with each other. And it left me with a very serious internalized distrust of men. I think that this is where I developed the disconnect of wanting to create progeny. I just did not feel that urge like other women have to have children. And it is definitely intertwined with what I witnessed from a very early age as to my parents and their dysfunction. I ended up getting an IUD implanted in my uterus. And when I say that sucker was Fort Knox, nothing was getting through that mofo. And it stayed in so long that it ultimately made the decision for me. But yet again, it's not like I felt any source of pressure. Which leads me to the last engagement when I was approximately 36, 37 years old.
What is a DIOU? What is that? Can anybody explain that to me?
And I'll be honest, I thought that I was in love with this man, but I wasn't. What I was traumatized from an experience that had happened to me on a cruise ship where I was almost raped. And I could not be in the room alone with my own shadow. I was so traumatized by what had happened to me that when this man appeared, he was offering safety and security. He was physically huge, but he also came with a very secure lifestyle and a lot of security. And so I felt safe. And that's the only thing I was looking for. I was looking for safety. And so I lied to myself. And it was very easy to do that, to just dive in head first, forget the rocks below. And during the process of this relationship, I started to realize that I was losing myself completely and totally. Friends had started to notice, Mel, you're paying a lot of attention to his career, but what are you doing about yours? And I didn't want to hear it. I actually did not want to even hear my own name. I didn't know what it meant to be Melissa Ford anymore. I had no clue. The sound of my own name gave me goosebumps, and not in the best way. I was having a massive identity crisis. And so when he proposed, he didn't even get the full words out before I said yes, because I was running from myself. I was running from my truth. I was running from the healing journey that was on the horizon. I was running and I was trying to put the blinders on. But there was always that like internal sense of that steel core of resilience and tenacity inside of me that said, Melissa, this is not your truth. This is not your path. This is not it. And as scary as it was to keep trying to align myself with my internal compass, obviously, you make all these decisions, but it's got to bring you back pointing due north, which leads me to where I am now, 48, child free, and never been married. And honestly, with zero regrets.
Did you ever decide to freeze your eggs?
Yeah, the
Like,
freezing eggs conversation came up around mid 30s amongst myself and my girlfriends. It became something that just was a very trendy conversation to have. But if you know anything about freezing eggs, first of all, it's extraordinarily cost prohibitive. I was in the entertainment industry, and this is the way the entertainment industry goes: feast, famine, feast, famine, feast, famine. Sometimes you're living high on the hog, and other times you are eating Ritz crackers and eating out of, like, cans of tuna. A lot of times it's freelance work. You don't know when your next paycheck is going to come, and sometimes you will go a whole year without a job, and you are fighting to make ends meet and stretching $10,000 to last over the course of 6 months to a year. So freezing your eggs was a luxury. And now what we know about egg freezing is that it's not a guarantee that any one of them is going to be viable, or that even when they're implanted in your uterus, that they're going to, it's going to take. So it really is a crapshoot. And it's also an extraordinarily painful process. When I said that God is not a woman, I mean it, because there is no way that a woman would put us through everything that we have to go through just to manifest our so-called fairy tales, or our fairy tale ending. The choices that
Now I see why, even though it's not the full story, I see why women have ambitions to not having children, because they don't want to. They don't want to put them through all this bullshit. They don't want to put, and plus they may have somebody. Oh, it's a mess. It's an entire mess. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. It's become an internal mess for both sides, for both cliques. What's the solution? I don't know. I'll tell you in a little bit. I will definitely tell you in a little bit.
that I ended up not making, pursuit of marriage and kids and this and that sort of thing, it wouldn't have cost me anything by way of, disapproval of family. My mother was raised Catholic. She was a day girl in a convent. Her parents were from the Eastern European bloc. She lived in Europe until she was 15 years old, when her family immigrated to Canada, and her mother died shortly after they had immigrated. My mother was 15, almost 16 years old. And my mother ended up meeting my godmother in the same high school, in the same grade as I met my best friend, but 30 years apart, which is so cute and so funny. And when they met, they're both from the old country and they'd both been raised Catholic. They both said to each other, let's make a pact. If we ever have female children, we're not going to raise them Catholic. There's something about Catholicism that makes women feel like they're second-class citizens, like they are there for that marriage is a sacrament, and it's a holy sacrament, and you are there to obey your husband without any, consideration as to what you may need, what you may feel, what you may want. And they had seen their mothers and their grandmothers and their aunts live lives that did not belong to them, and they decided that that was not the lives that they were going to give their female children. So my mother had me, and my godmother Renata had a daughter named Laura, and we were not raised religious at all, to the point where I literally told my mom, I was like, can I go to Catholic school? She was like, no. I really just wanted to go because I liked the uniforms and I didn't want to look for something to wear every single day. But my mother was steadfast that no, any curiosity that you have with religion, you can go and seek that out on your own. But I'm not going to hold you to, you know, an indoctrination that doesn't really belong to you. You make your own choices. And so when it came to checking boxes, my mom had already decided what my daughter's life is for her to live. And I'm lucky in that way. Very, very lucky in that way. My mom gave me suggestions and she made observations, but they were always so subtle. And she always knew that I was going to do whatever I wanted to do, however I wanted to do it. And that was the end of the story. I was a very strong willed child, strong willed teenager, strong willed young lady, strong willed adult woman. So I was never subject to those checked boxes, but I found myself in conversation over the years with many, many women that felt that pressure. And when it comes to those checked boxes, as it relates to marriage, I'm not sure if the vast majority of us go looking for these as factors in why we choose somebody. I think a lot of the times, as long as he's a good provider, that's the biggest check mark. Does he look good? Is he presentable? Do we have some things in common? Does he plan on being a good provider? Do we both want kids? Do we both want to get married? These are the things that people ask themselves, and this is what helps them make their decision. But they find out years into the marriage that it takes so much more to make a marriage successful than just those things. One of the main things that I think is missing from a lot of people deciding on getting married is how much of a friendship have you built with this person? Because like outlasts love 1,000% of the time. Through the course of my career and just life in general, I have spoken to so many successfully married couples, and success means that they still like each other decades later. That's success. They still wake up and want to participate in this partnership. That is success. And that's what they say, that like is more substantial than love. And looking back on my relationships, I realized that that like was not high on my list of priorities. And that's probably the reason for failures. So before I sign off, I saw something on Instagram that I
Hit the like button, hit the like, hit the like. Um, go ahead. Shouts out to Melissa Ford. I've always liked Melissa Ford when I was a little kid. Like I said, I used to cut up my father's magazines with Melissa Ford on them. Bought the King magazines. Bought all that shit, right? This is a trip. This is a total trip. But I'll have to say, on the men's side, if you want protection, you gotta sacrifice your careers or sort out on your own, which none of that makes any sense because women, like I said, women are gonna have careers any damn way, no matter what they do. I mean, being a doctor is a fucking career. But I guess men nowadays want to prove something. What is it that you're trying to prove? That you're a man? That you can stand on your own too? You stand 10 toes down. I think the solution to all this madness is not the separation, but you're gonna find this like, is that it? Is that all you got to do? This is a waste. This is a waste of time. I could have went to this sector, went to that sector. I could have went to this live stream. I could have went to that live stream for that. If I wanted to hear this nonsense, look at the situation that you're in and tell me that prayer is not the way of seeking engagement, seeking a good relationship, seeking a good mate. I think that's what God intended. But people are scared nowadays to mention God in the same sentences with, oh, I need a relationship. I never this. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's not treating me right. He keeps calling me a bitch and he's like, and then you got those ones, well, fuck that nigga. I am. And you got people on the men's side saying she's gonna get a dog and she's gonna die alone. Not many women care if they are alone. I know too many. I have too many friends who are alone and are living successfully. Gotcha. They go to the store, get what they need to get. What happens when things break? I ain't getting in that if business. If something breaks down, then you're going to have a man to fix them. Not in all cases, but but few. I know women who change their tires. Come on now. Come on. And this is a sim talking. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. I do I feel sorry for Melissa Ford? I mean, yes and no. Other than the abuse, she knew the lifestyle that she was living. Obviously, she knew the consequences and repercussions. She just didn't think it would turn out like this. We're talking about being proposed to more than one occasion, been through 3 or 4 boyfriends and been cussed out, almost abused, stuff like that. Froze her got to the point where she had to freeze her eggs. 48. It's not she's not done yet. But the opportunities of her getting a man, according to this world and this structure, are slim to none. And I believe Melissa Ford is going to be fine. I will say this to Melissa Ford. If you're really seeking it now, if you are seeking it, I'm not saying go steadfast and try to look for a man. And it's always the 6 foot. It's always the you got to be past 6'1". You got to have a 6-pack. You got to have more than 6 figures. You got to have a car. You got to have a house. You got to have good looks and blah 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 blah. That's the industry. We're living in reality. We're living in the real world. Those men that she mentioned are all actors, dress up artists. They all get paid a boatload of money. Okay. That some of us will not ever see in a lifetime. But I will say this to Melissa Ford. If you haven't seek God, I suggest you start. What kind of solution is that? It's the only solution. Of course, it is, of course, seeking a man, seeking, getting your shit in order, your responsibilities, taking care of yourself. That's another way to go about it. Make sure your ducks are in order, you know, and you know what those and having your own responsibilities. You know what responsibilities are. I don't have to tell you. But for a man to hold a woman accountable, that is just total nonsense. It is total nonsense. But the conversations that you're going to hear right now is, like I said, it's quite interesting. It's quite freaking interesting, especially in the world that we live in. Quite interesting.
The husband has different duties than the father.
You have more duties. Yes.
The husband has more duties. What
You ha-
duties
I
does
just
the
broke it.
husband have that's more than the father? Just so I can get an understanding.
I just broke it down. Changing, feeding, up all
So if he's
hours
a
of the day and
husband, he
night.
got to change
No,
the
no.
diaper, but a
So she's
father.
she's saying it the other way around. She's trying to say, as a father, those are the things that you have more than a husband.
Right. You're not doing that as a husband, but when you become a father, just like when you become a mother, you have more daily tasks. And depending on the age of the child, you have to adjust and you have to take on said task. Changing
What if I told you
diapers,
it's very confusing and it
cleaning,
doesn't really?
preparing formula, feeding, all of that stuff.
What
So,
if I told
so I
you
can,
that? Oh, go
Darwin,
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
think I know where you're going with it. So, I mean, I understand what we're saying with that because when vetting for a husband, there's certain qualities in that particular man that you would be able to assess to figure out that he is going to be a good father, right? Like, does he have a nurturing spirit? Is he caring? Does he understand duty? Right? Those are things that would help you discern. All right, this man is likely going to be a good father. However, um, what the ladies sound like they're explaining to me is that it's almost like getting a promotion at a job. You might be in that particular field, but then now your challenges are much greater. And even if it's something just as simple as changing your schedule around so you can take your you be at your son's football games. You know what I mean? So there's certain things you're not going to be able to chill with each other alone and enjoy the romance like you were able to before because that's going to be in a way. So it just becomes more challenging. I'm sure you could relate as a father. I know I can. Like things got a lot more tough, and you have to plan around things, right? Like you can't just go dip off.
I think M. White is getting quite bored. I think he's getting quite bored of these conversations. When he's playing, you know you're quite bored when you are playing with your kids' toys. It's quite bored. I don't blame him. I do not blame him.
And get a spontaneous vacation on your own. Now you have to worry about, okay, are we have to plan a family vacation, or I have to find someone who's suitable to babysit for me.
I'm
I
just
look
trying to
at it
understand.
in the
Nothing.
context
Go ahead.
of a father is a very specific role. A father is a parent. Just being a father is a parent. You are a great parent, right? Being a husband involves the relationship that you have with your wife and your children, right? So, like when I was married, I tell people he was a great dad, sucked as a husband. So, those are two different roles. That's not the same thing.
Well, I will argue that
Wait,
they
can I
have the
just say
same.
something? I think I kind of understand. There are some um responsibilities as a husband that can actually transfer as a father, like providing structure. I think that's something that can be transferable. There are definitely skills that are needed if you are a husband that transfer nicely as a father, but there are some things that you have to activate when you become a a parent, whether you're a mother or a father, that kind of are dormant and you really don't know that they're there until it's time for you to enact that shit. And then once it's time to put foot to ash, you really see who's who and who's made of what.
So
I'm triggered. Like the homie said, I'm triggered. I'm very triggered. Why must we continue having these kind of talks? Why must we continue having these conversations? Where does it end? Where does it stop? We should all know naturally how this goes when you are a parent. Why do we have to remind ourselves how to become parents? It's just very, very triggering. It's very triggering. And I'm triggered.
I think we assume that every time a family breaks down, that it must be because like somebody was a terrible person, right? And oftentimes, because men change as well. And oftentimes when men change, when they have children, they become a little more protective. Sometimes they can become a little more authoritative about what goes on, especially with their child, how they're being cared for. Women do too. Both parents are still trying to learn how to be parents at that time. And a lot of people, to Shan's point, when the tough gets going, a lot of people run. So there's a reason why typically we hear somebody say, "Oh, man, this person didn't work out after we had the child." Oh, but they're a great parent though. They don't say, "Oh, he sucked as a parent, but he was a great husband to me, but he sucked as a parent, so I had to leave him." It's normally they're a great parent, but they sucked as a husband, or they're a great parent, but they sucked as a mother. I mean, they sucked as a wife. So I think what typically happens is that oftentimes people don't understand that there are changes that both people are going to go through, and this is the natural process of being in a relationship, and that you need to fight through those things because y'all are both going to butt heads when it comes to how the kids are raised. Y'all are both going to butt heads about priorities. Y'all are both going to butt heads about what one should do and what one shouldn't do. And go ahead, Shannon. What's your question?
I would wait because I'm agreeing with. I agree absolutely with you. I think that with kids come different personalities. Kids are unpredictable. You never know what you're gonna get until you get them, right? And so I think that too, a lot of people, what we don't do, and I'm glad we're having these types of conversation, is when you're dating, finding out, having conversation. If we were to have a child, how what do you value? How would you want to raise your child? There are questions that needs to happen before you even get in a marriage, because you can love this person, but if y'all's values aren't the same on how you feel like you want to raise your child, it's probably going to be, it's going to show up when the kid comes and you guys are going to bump heads. There's another thing you're arguing about constantly, consistently, right? You may be a disciplinary and that person may not be. You're going to bump heads about that. You may be wanting the kid to go to church. That person doesn't. You're going to bump heads about that, right? So it's so important. I think that people are finding people that they want to be with, but we're just not having the right conversations. We're not thinking, okay, these are the conversations that we need to have before we move right here. It doesn't mean you're not a great person. It just means that maybe we're just incompatible with how we want to raise our kids. What's that going to look like? And so I think now we're having a conversation because social media kind of, sparks that in your brain. Is like, okay, let's have this conversation. But as a 20-something-year-old, we're all of age. So of course we're looking, as we've lived a little bit. But let's just be honest, you're not thinking that at 26, 27. You're like, I love this dude. We got our things together, but you're not, unless you have somebody telling you, an elder in your life saying, these are things you need to ask him. These are things you need to ask her. A lot of people just weren't doing it in the past. I think they're doing it more now, but in the past.
And she's right. But again, I'm triggered. I'm very, very triggered. A person should know. But I'll take that back. Because once you start having kids, people who are young, especially young people who wet behind the ears, breath smelling like Similac, don't have no type of experience whatsoever, not even married to each other, they start having babies. Babies having babies. What usually comes? I don't know how to become an actual parent. Well, learn from your learn. They say learn from your father, right? But you want to blame the mama. Always go to the father. Always go to the father for advice. Always go to the father. The mother should go to the mother should go, or excuse me, the young mother should go to her mother and has some and give some sound advice. The son that just had a baby should go to his father, his grandfather, for advice. Don't you think? No, we're running to our friends. We're running to our friends and getting advice for those who don't have children. Crazy. I mean, me personally, I just get sick and tired of the talks. Let's just separate from each other, because as long as we're continuously talking about and not talking about responsibilities first, talking about what needs to be done first, then you're just gonna have a series of kids. But we don't even have to worry about that, because a lot of people are doubling down and saying they don't want kids. They specifically do not want kids. And because of this very reason.
I don't think they were doing that.
Let's just skip some of this, shall we?
Or not, there's always a checks and balances. And in your household, there's also balance created there, i.e., your wife or the mother of your children. That's your checks and balances. Check in.
Okay, I
That's
get
it.
what you're saying. I understand. There is a check balance. You're absolutely correct. In the military,
It's not an
you're right.
override, but it
Yeah,
creates balance.
there is a checks and balance. It's an order. You get an order, and the checks and balance is if you don't follow the order, you get your ass shot. That's the checks and balances.
This ain't the military.
Die.
That's unfortunate.
So I think what DJ is talking about is she's speaking specifically about the U.S. government, whereas Bruiser is specifically talking about the actual military and who gives the orders beyond that. See, I think the thing is that while the commander gets to make that order and everybody has to follow, but the commander also takes 100% responsibility if what he decides to do fails. It doesn't fall on his soldier. If they follow his order to a T and they do exactly what they're instructed to do, if the effort fails, if something goes wrong, if somebody wind up coming up, being deleted, it falls on the commander who made the order. It doesn't fall on his troops. He makes that, he has 100% authority over whoever's underneath him, and then whoever's above him have 100% authority over him. But whatever decision is made by your what is it? The people underneath you, whatever decisions are made by your superior falls on, yeah. So whatever whatever consequences come of their actions, they fall 100% on the sword when things go wrong, and the people above them hold them accountable for their actions. Now, granted, military, they do, and I'm sure Bruiser can agree to this, they do get intel from their subordinates. So, i.e., hey, there's something, this is going on over here. I'm experiencing this over here. And then the commander makes a decision based off of what the people are saying. So if we're talking about a relationship, if the relationship goes the way Bruiser says that it should go, then yes, the wife will come to him and say, hey, I went to the doctor. Our child needs XYZ. And then he would make the decision, like, all right, go ahead and go do it. But if he says, oh, I don't want that child to take medicine, then, or you say, hey, look, the doctor said they recommend this. I really want to do this. And say he says, well, I don't want a child to get the medicine. I know this is an extreme.
No, it ain't, because my wife did that with a vaccination. I didn't want my sons to take a vaccine that was trying to push.
So
I have to give him credit for that.
That makes sense.
So with that being said, if he decides against it and something happens to the child, I'm quite sure that Bruiser in this particular situation will take 100% responsibility for what happened to his child because I made that decision for us, and she won't. And I guess that's basically what I'm saying. I don't think we need to explain any further than that. It's 100% authority also comes with 100% responsibility.
So Coco, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, first I wanted to say the reason why I was quiet earlier is because I don't have any kids, so I usually only speak from experience and personal knowledge. But I will say a question for the guys, because one, for some reason, someone on the panel, can't remember who, couldn't understand the difference between a husband and a father, which is two different roles. However, how do you see the difference when you guys assume that a woman should be wifey material when you first meet her? Do you believe that a girlfriend and a wife is two different roles as well? And do you understand or agree that technically she's not going to be a wife or act as a wife?
Hold on. The difference between a husband and a father. Okay. Oh my God. Oh. The difference between a husband and a father. Anybody can become a father or a daddy, I was told. But it's the father that actually has a little bit of knowledge, a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more high self-esteem. Daddies, they usually come up with some baggage or whatnot. A father will own up to his bullshit and put God first before anything. Put himself first before the mother. Put himself first before anything else and say, I'm on the front line. A daddy is like, I ain't taking up for that little nigga. I'll give him some food or whatever. Now, the difference between a father and a husband. Jesus Christ. This is crazy. I know there's a difference between a father and a husband. They both play the same goddamn roles. The only thing about it, the only difference is one's married, the other one isn't. They both play the same fucking position. Are we fucking kidding? Are we really doing this? Really? Are we really doing this? So we gotta split what the role of the mother versus the role of the wife. Both of them can get pregnant. The only difference is one's married and the other one's not. Wow. Jesus Christ. This is some. And you wonder why we're not getting married. You wonder why we're not getting married. You wonder why we're not having kids. You wonder why we're afraid to get into relationships. We're just getting into situationships, if you will. It's quite scary. Thank God I'm married.
Can you say mother and a wife instead of, to keep it equivalent to the man? Say mother and a wife instead of girlfriend and wife.
You said it.
Yeah, so I never really responded to that. I just wanted to let the conversation flow. But I believe women separating father from husband is a exploitation. It's a tactic to be able to justify having a child without getting married. There's a whole documentary, a whole books and shit on that. It was husband and father was never supposed to be two separate things. It wasn't supposed to be mutually exclusive. You was never supposed to be a father unless you were a husband. You was never supposed to be a mother unless you was a wife. As society went on, we kind of liberated and evolved to where we start making things acceptable. So now you can become a mother without being a wife now, and it becomes somewhat acceptable. But
It's always been that way, sir, throughout society. Of course, there was the rules, and depending on where you lived, yes, there was some victims, there was some shaming, there was some victim blaming, but not to the point where, well, let's just say the majority. Let's just say the majority actually did some shit like that, but it all depends on where you lived. Do you do that now? Do people get pregnant nowadays? Yes, of course. Even back in the 80s and the 70s and in the 60s, people were just getting pregnant left and right. But did they put a ring on it? Absolutely. It even says in the biblical text, if you get a woman pregnant, that's automatically not only your child, but that is your wife. And you get stoned for that if you don't put a ring. We're just glad we're not in a third world country right now. Because overseas, people in, let's say, I forgot what part of the world that it was, but in certain regions on the other side of the click, you get shamed publicly. I mean, humiliated, or you can get stoned. And what does it say? And what does it say in the biblical text? He who without sin cast the what? First stone. How many of you? How many on this panel is without sin? And you're gonna try to stone a particular individual, which is gonna come up in a little bit. You're gonna try to stone a particular female for not being married but having children. That's just whatever.
the two was never supposed to be exclusive from each other. It's just a way to make you feel okay. And now you stamp either one with different qualities and traits. So now you can identify as a father and a husband when you're supposed to be one complete person.
Supposed to.
So do you feel that? So do you feel that when men decide to leave their wife, girlfriend, or whatever, when they have a kid together, and they leave because they realize, well, like Sweeney said earlier, I believe, oh, she's a good mom, but she's not a good wife. Do you believe that that's an excuse that men use to get out of relationships when they have a kid with a woman?
No, I don't. I think it's a terrible excuse and it's unjustified.
I agree with you, Bruiser.
Does anybody ever hold the kids responsible for how the mother is acting?
What?
Can you elaborate? Like, give me a scenario or something.
So, like, if your kid's acting up, or if your wife is acting up, is it your kid's fault?
I will say I did make some. I'm sorry.
So like, we don't hold the kids responsible for the mother responsible for the father, or the father responsible for God. But it does work the opposite way. Like most times. Oh, go ahead.
I did have a conversation with someone, and I had actually compelled me to make a little bit more content to fill a void that wasn't really out there. There's an exploitation going on, and it's strictly with postpartum. Yes, women are experiencing hypersensitive situations when they had kids. Their mind, body, emotions, all these things are changing. And a lot of guys are relaxing their boundaries and allowing disrespect because women are using the impact or influence on their emotions from postpartum to allow them to use that as a way to get the man to relax his boundaries and open up for manipulation and disrespect. So oftentimes in these cases, women will say, it's because she either had kids or the kids are driving her crazy. That's why she's behaving a certain way to a man, and what men are doing and saying, fuck it. Yeah, she
I
got
think that's a valid
postpartum.
excuse.
Yes,
Wait,
and they
did you
get
just call
they get
postpartum
diagnosis
manipulation?
and all this other stuff. And I
BJ,
try
bro,
to
let him
tell
finish.
men, I'm like, brothers, I get it. You can cater to her emotions and her feelings in a postpartum situation. I understand the situation, but you cannot waver on your respect and your boundaries, because if you do that, she's gonna exploit it. She'll recognize that she can continue to do that. And I said it doesn't just stop there. If you're gonna continue to have multiple kids later, you're gonna have to revisit this situation again when she goes into a postpartum state, where you still gotta kind of be unwavering if you're gonna plan to have future kids. Is this is something that's gonna continue to reoccur, and nobody talks about this because a lot of men are. And I understand they're unaware that this is being used as an exploit to get them to relax their boundaries. So that is a case where women use the kids as an excuse for their behaviors.
But the way you detailed it, you said the man has to maintain his boundaries and ensure that he doesn't allow that scenario to go on. So ultimately, the
Right, because a lot of
responsibility
men
falls
are
on the
they
man.
get
And I
they
agree
get
with you. I agree
right,
with
they
you.
get so much compassion because of the situation is very hypersensitive for a woman in postpartum. It's at one of the most heightened levels. So you got to be like, damn, I can't be a jerk, I can't be an asshole, but you got to really, it's a thin line you don't want to cross because they will abuse it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you can be. I don't think you should. Is the scenario presents itself for you to be a jerk and an asshole. But I do think you should be able to reinforce. Now, you should be able to reinforce your boundaries without having to be a jerk or an asshole. A simple no.
Right, and a lot of guys don't even know how to do it. I wouldn't say it's a technique, but you just got to surround yourself around guys who've been able to do it, so they can show you ways to communicate in a way to where you don't upset her or make her even more depressed or anxiety or whatever. But you still got to hold your boundaries. Like, no, I'm still not gonna put up with your shit though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
DJ,
we're speaking, always speaking to our girlfriends like generals, or what are we? what I'm not. I'm confused. Okay, fuck being your best friend, because that's how it usually starts. To hell with being your best friend. Friends are gone. The word friendship is gone. There are no friends out there in the world. If you want to make a best friend, you best not be in a relationship with them. That's not realistic nowadays. We got too much going on in the world for us to be friends in a relationship. So we must differ from that. I must give you instructions and you must follow each and every single instruction for the sake of the family. Huh? If I can't be my wife's best friend, then I don't need to be around her. Of course, I could talk to her about specific things that we need to go over and certain things that she knows that she needs to follow, but we're just going to talk specifically about just following orders. I know she goes through postpartums and all this stuff, and her body starts changing and everything, and we can't smack them, which we know you want to do. We can't choke them, we can't yell at them, but we have to work on a specific way to talk to our women and get them to follow by our lead. So best friend is out the window.
You had some contention with that?
Is that a rhetorical question? Did you just call postpartum manipulation? I need
No, he
clarity.
said that they use postpartum to manipulate. That don't mean that it is manipulation.
That is the same thing.
It's
So
not.
do you what do you mean? What do you
So,
mean?
for instance,
Saying that you use postpartum to manipulate and postpartum is manipulation isn't the same thing?
no, I'm gonna explain to you how it's different, right? So, say for instance, you have a war veteran. who experienced post-traumatic stress disorder. And he comes home to his wife, and he constantly, and he puts pause on his wife, and then he keeps saying, you should understand why I'm doing this, because I experienced PTSD. So I'm going to keep putting my hands on you, and you should be able to accept that. If you don't accept that, you're not a good woman, because I'm experiencing something and you're not supporting me in that experience. That's basically what it is. What Bruiser is speaking to is women who would do things to their men and then say, well, it's the postpartum and you need to understand. He's not saying that postpartum is manipulation. He's saying the use of it as a justification for disrespecting your man is manipulation. I don't see how that is.
So you're saying
Okay,
basically
so
weaponizing it?
you're comparing a hormonal imbalance to someone physically putting their hands on them, which, by the way, that is an explanation for why some people get violent, but that isn't a justification.
Lisa, we're dead. We're dead. Lisa's the only person in the chat that can understand me. Lisa, we're fucking dead. We're dead as a race. We're dead as human beings. We're dead spiritually. We're just dead. We're comparing something that is from the military, that is basically it manipulates something that manipulates the brain, shell shocks the brain. That's where the first the first wording was shell shock. The second one was battle fatigue. The other one was operation exhaustion, and then you have post-traumatic stress disorder. So you had those four particular things because they keep moving the goalpost every time. So shell shock, basically, you're operating, you're seeing so much things to the brain can't take, and it's about to snap or is ready to snap, and you're going off on everybody. All right, and they got medicine for that. And if you're not taking your medicine, and if you're not seeking counseling for PTSD, because that's what you must do every time a veteran comes home, then you're going to end up with a lot of dead people. This other thing, postpartum or whatever that thing is, that is a hormonal drug which a woman has. Maybe you could, if I'm wrong, let me know. Postpartum. It's a hormonal drug. This is something different. A hormonal drug. When a woman has kids, her whole body changes. Her whole body changes, and her mood swings change, and everything. Once the baby is released from the womb, not only has her mind changed, but pretty much everything changes within the woman except for here. That's two different things, in my opinion. Two different things, two different mood swings. One's ready to kill a mother. One's ready to murk a mother at will. The other one is getting ready to yell at you. Negro, get away from me. I'm not in the mood. Versus, I'm going to murk everyone in the room. What? Two different things we're talking about. Postpartum, PTSD. Oh, Jesus. I'm triggered. I admit, Lisa, I'm triggered. I'm fucking triggered. We're dead. We're dead.
situation. There's a difference. So when you're physically putting your hands on someone, you can't justify that. We're talking about a hormonal imbalance, and then we're talking about you physically putting your hands on somebody. Those are two different scenarios.
Okay, so what you're not understanding is it's never it's never a justification to disrespect anybody either. There's no just
walk away. That's all you have to do. Sweeney, weenie, queenie, walk away. That's what my mother taught me to do until it was time not to. Just walk away. There's nothing a woman that can do. The only thing a woman can do is humiliate herself. Just walk away. I'm tired of the disrespect. Walk away. What? We don't have sarcasm anymore?
Are you equating a hormonal imbalance with physical abuse? Because those are not the same.
The comparison was PTSD
to postpartum.
He was saying that.
Yes, but then he's using.
Somebody's got bad feedback.
Oh, wait a minute. He's using physical violence as an equivalency to a hormonal imbalance.
No,
that is
I'm
not
not.
the same.
We getting some.
Those don't have the same repercussions. Do y'all see that?
It's okay that you're not understanding. It's okay. We can move on. You're not understanding exactly what I'm saying, but you're
No. We understand perfectly what she is saying. You're comparing two different attitudes. One is going to acquire so much attention, and the other one you can basically treat. One is untreatable. One is damn near untreatable because of flashbacks. One got shot in the leg, the other one got. Oh God. Oh my goodness gracious. We're dead. We are so godforsaken dead. Welcome to the channel. Well, I am a victim of no accountability. She can't get past the past. Dude, are you okay? I'm just gonna ask you a question. Are you not understanding that these dudes are comparing PTSD to postpartum? One's a chemical that when you're computing so much in the brain, especially being in the freaking military. I have family in the fucking military. I'm triggered. I have family in the military. My grandfather was a U.S. Army vet. My great-grandfather was a U.S. Army vet. Right? Not me and my father. My father wouldn't even dare go into the military. But my point is, well, my uncle, he actually did too. But my point is, when you're in the military and you witness but so much, and especially through training time, if you're not that guy, and you're in training camp for 9 weeks straight, and you can't take that shit, especially from your instructor, you are going to develop what? PTSD. When you survive it, even if you survive it, some of us develop what is called PTSD. When you go out into the world, you're going to the world into the military, especially when you're going to Vietnam. You got to go to the Vietnam. You got to do world tours for 5 to 4 to 6 years. And you're in war. You're going to develop PTSD. Not everybody, but most victims who are in the military are going to suffer from PTSD versus a woman who is suffering from postpartum, which anybody can treat. Any doctor can treat. Okay? It is very, very hard to treat PTSD. They're going to go through therapy and take some type of medicine, sometimes 2 or 3 types of medicines. And wow. Wow. No, okay. Okay.
You're wrong.
That's a very narky analogy.
No, it's you're wrong.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
you're
Coco. And
wrong
everybody else
for-
knows that you're wrong as well.
You're wrong for actually comparing physical abuse to somebody having a hormonal imbalance.
What if a woman
Even if I'm
physically
having
abuses her?
now if
And I see what these dudes are trying to do. They're trying to get these women to be respectful to these men. Respect. I thought respect was earned by the end of the day by both parties. You can't force something. Never mind.
if my postpartum depression leads to me physically abusing you, then I would agree with you. But you can't put physical abuse and compare it to someone with a hormonal imbalance. That's a false equivalence.
You don't understand my argument, and that's okay.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but that
it's
math
okay.
is not mathing, honey.
It's because you don't
not.
understand.
No,
So
I
we can move
understand
on.
perfectly. I don't think you understand. I know.
These niggas is sensitive. Listen. Me and my partners, we can have a conversation. Me and my partners, we can have a conversation. What? No, this spelled Melissa. Who gives a shit? I can understand the conversation, but this is gone a little bit farther to the left than it somehow we need to bring this thing back to the middle. We need to bring this thing right back to the fucking middle, right? And just say, okay, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where this person is coming from. Let's just move on, right? Because you're comparing something that's not even something that can be treated with a pill, something that can be treated with a couple of doctor's visits versus years and years of therapy, years and years of treatment.
No, you don't understand. Physical abuse has
Why do you think everybody on the panel shook their head yes,
let me ask
and
you
you
this.
were the only one that don't understand the argument? It's okay.
No, bro. I mean, you're on your own. The only people that actually shook their heads is a couple of red pill niggas and Bruiser. I've talked with Bruiser once before. I need to talk with him again.
I understand the argument perfectly.
No, I understand
and
what DJ is saying.
let's put it into this context. You physically abuse somebody, and then you say, I have PTSD, and I scream, and I have an episode because of my postpartum. Which one's going to jail?
You think that the only thing
Just
that
answer
people
the
do when they have
question.
PTSD
Which
or
one? Because
postpartum
if it's an equal equivalency, we're gonna have equal consequences. Yes. So
This is how I
again, if
know-
I'm having an emotional episode because of my postpartum depression, and you physically put your hands on me because of your PTSD, which one are we going to have the same consequences legally?
Again, you don't
False
understand the
equivalency.
Again,
You don't
do
understand
not,
the argument.
You do
I
not
yield.
understand the argument that I made.
She did say by law. She did state by law. So I have to basically answer her question with this. By law, I don't know. It doesn't. People like to go to statistics. Well, statistics show that normally, witness anybody going to jail because of postpartum, but but PTSD, yes, motherfuckers get shot. Yes, people have gotten shot for having PTSD. And I'll have to say, it's often unfair to send these people back home with no treatment. It's very unfair. It's very unfair to send people back home with no type of, with no money, no resources, no nothing. They just send you back home. If you don't belong, they say if you sign your name on the dotted line, you belong to them. You don't belong to you anymore. So they'll treat you like gods when you're with them. But when you come back to this world, they just treat you like a normal citizen. Or they might throw you a party, but you're a normal citizen. You're on your own, which is unfair. And there are too many homeless people who have actually been in the military who have no fucking legs. No legs, no arms, but they're here in the real world, and most of them are homeless. I am so fed up with our military. I am so fed up. But that's the government for you.
So it's okay. You don't understand what I said. You're making a completely different argument based off of something I never said. So that's okay. We can move on.
All right, let Coco go, and then Shannon, if you want to jump in, you up after that.
Well, I'm just gonna say what I said already before that upset some of the men, is that I feel like men are just too damn emotional. Because how is it that you getting disrespect from a woman's hormonal imbalance? And that also goes for
there she goes with her titties again.
The PMS, postpartum depression. You guys internalize. Like if you claim you understand what your spouse, your significant other is going through, and you claim you know that, how are you finding disrespect out of that? And how are you trying to, why do you men assume, or you guys diagnose the woman that, nah, she ain't really dealing with that right now. She's just being a bitch. Right now, she's just being mean. I'm not understanding why you guys think you guys.
We understand when we're being disrespected, right? Like we recognize when we're being disrespected. We don't make it up out of nowhere. We understand what disrespect looks like, how it manifests itself.
Like, what thing you giving feedback? Just mute in between.
Like, this isn't something where we're just saying that a woman having postpartum depression is in itself disrespectful.
Hold on a second. Coco, I think your mic is giving feedback. Just mute in between. There you go.
Yeah, we're not talking about a woman having postpartum and we just looking at that as disrespect. We know what being disrespected looks like. So if a woman is disrespecting her man, putting hands on her man, doing whatever, and then she says, it's because I'm going through postpartum depression and you should understand that, and she uses it as a tool to manipulate him into accepting that behavior, that's where Bruiser was coming from when he said that's problematic. It's being used as a way to manipulate someone.
Nigga, then take a walk. Let her calm down for a couple of minutes. All right, take an hour or two. Shit, sometimes 3. But come back to the house and things should be normal, and she'll just say, oh, I'm sorry. Lisa, what am I saying anything wrong? I mean, I'm sure you went through postpartum before when you were pregnant once and you yelled at your husband a couple of times, and I'm sure he left the house an hour, maybe 2 or 3, came back, and y'all was normal again. Jesus Christ. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is the world we live in.
Now he's trying to throw in that she's physically abusive. Okay, whatever you need to do to drive in this horrible point. They don't add up. They don't add up. You got to know the difference between physical abuse and using your words, and how you feel about somebody's behavior is.
Well, here's the thing, DJ. To these weak ass men, words hurt. Just like when we well, not me, but when a man physically punches a woman or slaps a woman, it may hurt. That's basically they're comparing it to you yelling at us. I've been yelled at worse. I've been yelled at. I've been yelled at. I've been screamed at. I've been challenged, cussed out, roasted. I left the house. I left the house mad, but I came back. Next thing I know, she's grabbing me and giving me a hug and kissing me and blah 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 blah. That's how it goes. Because I understand it. Your body goes through changes. It's through nature. There's nothing that she can do. It's through nature. Versus something that's programmed into your brain. Instructors, sergeants, whoever instructs shit in your brain and breaks you down, not only physically, but mentally, to get you into a fighting machine, a soldier of mindless proportions. They're comparing it to a woman. Like, share, subscribe to this channel, or not. I'm triggered right now. This makes no sense. This is the reason. This is the reason why women. This is the reason why men and women are afraid to courtship with one another through marriage. And another thing why most women are now opting out of getting pregnant or even having children at all. They might as well adopt, which is a good thing. If you want to adopt, that's a great thing. But, having a kid in the natural, that's more of a joy. I mean, I'm not saying that getting a kid, taking another black kid and taking them from, the system and putting them in your care, that is a joy in itself. But the natural birth of I cried when I had my first child. It was wonderful. I would like to have that man and that woman have that same experience as I and what others have had. It's a joy to see that first child. And the mom's waking up and the kid is asleep. And you see her hair, you got a big old afro. Nah, can't experience that. No, because I'm afraid too many niggas is going to nope, can't trust anyone. Can't trust any men. Because the men, they just dog us. They leave us. Blah, blah. This is what you hear. This is what you hear. They don't stand on business. And they want too much. And they just want to impregnate us and leave us on and put us on the shelf. And saying that we're 304s. No. This is what the women are saying. Definitely. Like, share, subscribe.
Just that it's your feelings. But when we bring in physical abuse and we bring in certain things, and I understand verbal abuse is very toxic and wrong, but we're talking about physical abuse. You can't compare the two. You just can't.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
To make
Hold
to
on
make
the
the
Lord,
argument,
please bring him in the
I'm not
room.
sure if this is intentional or not, but to make the argument seem more adequate for you, how about a woman deleted her child due to postpartum? She deletes the child, and a man uses PTSD to delete a child as well. The argument isn't about the action that's occurring by the person. It's to say there's a line between when a diagnosis is an issue versus somebody weaponizing that diagnosis to do something wrong to the other person.
Exactly. That was my whole argument.
If somebody's unaliving anybody,
Oh my God.
there should
Why
be
is it leading to that? Why is it leading to postpartum depression, causing a woman to abuse a man? Like that's what I'm trying to understand where the physical part came from, because that is like a different type of mental issue.
I don't like that at all.
So the argument wasn't. So the argument isn't about post traumatic stress or PTA you know what's the other word? I forget.
Postpartum.
Postpartum and post-traumatic stress.
Yeah. It's not about those two things. It's about somebody weaponizing a diagnosis and men allowing that. And Darwin's initial point, which when he was backing up.
No, we get it. We get it. But it's still in the realms of you're using it as an excuse to control a woman's thought process. Lisa, I need your love. I need your touch. I need your care. So I'm about to go crazy. I'm really about to lose my mind. I'm losing my freaking mind here. I am losing it. I am losing my damn mind. Did these niggas just... I didn't even hear this part of the show. I did not hear this part of the show. Up until now. They're going to wow. And of course, they're going to try to say that the woman is weaponizing this to try to disrespect a man. Nigga, get a clue. Walk away. I hope I never reach to the point where I have to come up there and I'm saying, you Negroes are just ruining it for simps like me. You're just ruining it from simps like me. I would just love to just take your woman because you don't deserve her. That's what I would like to say, but I'm not in that. But no, I would never say that. Who would never say that? But baby, please, I need you. Hit the light. I need. I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. These niggas, there's a sucker born every day. There's a sucker born every day. Oh, she shouldn't be disrespected just because she has postpartum and her chemicals are imbalanced and her whole body changes doesn't mean she disrespect a man versus a nigga who can choke the shit. I'm triggered.
And I agree was people can't use traumatic experiences in their life to put trauma on other people, and to allow somebody to do that creates an issue within the relationship that is hard to come back from, but you allowed it under the guise of trying to understand the other person's trauma. So an example would be a man with PTSD can't control his temper. So he's yelling and screaming at the women and kids and everybody in the house. It says, hey, I can't do anything about this because of my PTSD. Adversely, a woman with postpartum is doing the same thing, yelling at the husband and the kids. They're both unacceptable, but they're saying the reason they're doing it is because of this. And we're saying you can't weaponize your trauma. You need to get help for it, be it man, woman, or child. and don't allow it to hurt someone else, man, woman, or child.
Exactly.
I agree. You need to get help if you have something that's making you lash out on somebody else. You absolutely need to get help. Absolutely. There's no excuse for that. And it shouldn't go untreated. I agree.
So we got some more questions we're gonna do here. So I wanted
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Did she say she
What you
agreed? I just wanted to write that down and date it January 2nd.
Take a picture.
Thank you.
That black men don't take care of their kids. And she was like, yeah, you was like, all right, hold my beer. That's the joke. Like you went so far above and beyond what any type of man, parent, to be a good father. And it does stem from.
So he is a child, and I know he's an active father. So I think that will be unfair.
Ali's on? Oh, great. This show just got real interesting.
To say that black men, because when you say something like black men, it sounds like you're.
Ali, what you think? Why do you think we keep having this conversation?
Can I so will the leaders step to the fort of the congregation? Because I thought I had heard that y'all was the leaders, and I heard that y'all control marriage. So what that mean?
Are we talking about
Ali, what you got on that? Let me see what Ali got on that. Let's get into that.
The biggest issue in our community is women have autonomy over their bodies, and they say they have all the power over their bodies as well too. So you have my body, my choice. You have sexual liberation. You have feminism, and you have women who left the coverage of men, their father and other men. You can't tell women what to do. So if a man wants the child, the woman will say, and she doesn't want the child, she'll say, my body, my choice. But if she wanted the child, she'll say, you should have wore a condom. Majority of times we ask women, we have these conversations, if they wanted, how many kids do you have? They'll say, how many kids you have? And we say, well, why you got that many kids? Because I wanted that many kids. So women given access, women choose who they give access to, women choose who get sex, and women choose who become fathers, and women choose if babies come into this world. So the primary responsibility is on the woman. That's their primary responsibility above all.
You get a woman pregnant. So basically, you are in charge of whoever comes into this world, not the woman. The woman's job is just to open her legs and out pops a baby. But you hold you, along with a plethora of men, all men have the keys to having children. How does a woman get pregnant without me busting a nut in her? Could anybody explain to me that? How does a woman get pregnant without me busting a nut in her? I'll say it again. How does a woman get pregnant without a male figure, busting that white goop gagula whopper in her? How does she get pregnant? Can anybody tell me that? How in the fuck is this woman supposed to get pregnant? I can't get her pregnant, therefore it's basically on me. Yes, you are right. Women do have access to sex, but men control access to marriage. And you know why women have access to sex? Because they don't want to give it up to the wrong guy. That's why they have access to sex. But in the world that we live in, of course, we have women all the time who say, fuck it, I'm just going to burn the whole entire world. In which we do have women who burn an entire world down with her cooch. Her name is Sexy Red. Now let's continue.
The only thing, one of the main things that we can do, the one thing you give a woman that you never gave anybody else is marriage and a ring. Most brothers never marry twice and third time. That's the one thing you'll give a woman you never gave a woman you never gave another woman. But what a woman was supposed to give to a man was that as well too, was her body. So with that, they were supposed to marry before they carried. They fought to be able to make the choice to be liberated from men, to be liberated from having to be controlled, and they chose to be sexually liberated. So until they choose to be responsible with their womb again, we're going to have single mother homes, strong, independent women, with respect to all the sisters too.
This is what it sounds like where I'm from.
DJ, could I get Kim in there real quick, and then we come
I
back
just
to
want
you?
to say this is what it sounds like when you talk yourself out of pussy, because y'all keep telling us to choose better.
DJ, that man just asked you, can he get Kim in there? Yo, keep on going.
I just want to throw it in real
Let
quick.
him throw it in. Let him
Gotta
throw
let
a
the
shot.
host now.
I had to just on that.
All right, Kim, you up? You muted.
I think women are doing, and men are doing, a better job of holding women more accountable. I do. I hear women telling younger women, you know, choose better, do better.
Mm.
No, I'm saying because because of the conversations I'm around and I've heard, especially women that have been married or even divorced. Like I'm just telling you what my experience is. I'm hearing them. I say it to other women, not like in a condescending way, but they say, you know, I think Shan said earlier, like sometimes you just, you know, we're young when you're in your 20s, you're not thinking how you are now. But I do hear women and people telling women, you know, you had the choice, you could have said no. You can only use, you know, being young and naive for so long, especially after that first one. And especially if it becomes like a pattern or a choice. That's just what I see.
Kim, do you think most men would ever say they don't need women?
No. Mm-mm.
Most men on the panel, I'm sure all the men on the panel would say they need women.
Right.
A lot of women say they don't need men. You know?
A woman who has said that, I'll agree. Yes, I've said that. You have to. I mean, I know most of y'all know on here because everybody on this panel is intelligent. I think when that is said, I think we could all collectively agree. Most times, it's coming from a hurt place.
Right.
Right. And I think once you get out of your feelings and you get older, there's a lot of stuff you can admit that you couldn't. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I can admit now that I couldn't 5 or 10 years ago, if we're being completely honest.
What would you tell me if I was trying to use money to buy love? And I was trying to use money to get a woman's cooperation? What kind of guy would you think I am? What would you say to me?
Oh, I would say don't do that. But the worst part,
what kind of guy would you think of me? How would you look at me?
I would not look at you as a very masculine guy.
Right. So if women use their bodies to manipulate men and get cooperation from men, no, that's the accountability. We can't blame. You can blame if I'm a sucker, that's my fault.
Right.
If I spend on women and try to get her cooperation, if I spend on women and try to get her to love me, if I spend on women and try to manipulate them.
Who does that? Who actually spends their money to try to get them to love them? Who does that? That sounds like some Mears Dimples type shit. What the white boy that played that movie Can't Buy Me Love. That movie, and even Nick Cannon did the exact same thing. The exact same movie, Can't Buy Me Love. So who's actually spending money on a woman that not only can give him sex, but can give him, can hold him at night? And I've never heard of that one before. This is new to me. It is very new to me. Hit like, share, subscribe.
Knowing they don't love me and haven't claimed and don't want to be with me. That's how I'm sending cash apps. I'm hitting their OnlyFans. I'm a sucker to women and I'm a sucker to men, primarily to women. So if women are giving their bodies away to,
please, OnlyFans is just a form of entertainment, just like a strip club, just like anything else. It's just a form of entertainment. Give me a break.
Men for nothing in exchange. no cooperation, and trying to manipulate a man to do something he doesn't want to do, the accountability falls on the woman.
Correct. So that's a great example.
If any of us ever end up with y'all in any intimate,
you talk
be something negative, or why
cared about you and valued you disagreed with. So you
certificate. What you want? What you want, sweetheart?
You are, I don't even know if you got a pass to be able to use the N word like you do, but I'm just gonna think you black. But the thing about the 4B movement,
Wait, no. Let's pause on that. Both
we'll
of
come
my
back to it.
parents.
Let me-
Hold
let me-
on. Let's clear something up because we in the
let me
Drake.
finish my point, and then we can come back.
No. You try to pull
I
my
just
black.
let y'all talk without interrupting.
You pulled my
I
black
just let
card,
y'all.
so no. We're gonna
I
talk
broke
about
your
it.
heart. But go ahead.
Both of my parents are black. My father is foundationally black, and my mother is Caribbean Jamaican black.
Jesus Christ.
What else you want, Darwin? You want a birth certificate? What you want, sweetheart? Because you know we come in different shades, right?
Oh, okay. Congratulations. You a nigga.
Okay, because you brought it up.
Thank you. What I wanted to say.
Congratulations, you a nigga.
You didn't challenge the light skinned nigga talking shit though, right?
That was a good one though. That was a really good one. Congratulations, you a nigga. What she said on I am foundational black, which I can't stand that foundational black American shit. I really can't, because they just turned it into something. Never mind. That's a different lie for a different day. But that was totally fucking funny.
Let me just
wait. What?
Let y'all talk without interrupting.
You pulled my
I
black
just let
card,
y'all-
so no. We're gonna talk
I broke
about
your
it.
heart. But go ahead.
Both of my parents are black. My father is foundationally black, and my mother is Caribbean Jamaican black. What else you want, Darwin? You want a birth certificate? What you want? What you want, sweetheart? Because you know we come in different shades, right?
Okay. Congratulations.
Cool.
You a nigga.
Okay, because you brought it up. Okay, because you tried
thank
it.
you, nigga. Thank you, nigga.
All right,
Shut
you're
up.
welcome.
All right.
You're welcome.
So now what I wanted to say about the 4B movement.
You didn't challenge the light skinned nigga talking shit though, right? You didn't do that.
Let me just make a statement real quick.
Okay.
Because I think this is the third time I heard the 4B movement come up on this particular network, and I would argue that I actually would prefer.
What is the 4B movement anyway?
Prefer the women to. I would.
Hey, Lisa, do you know what the 4B movement is? Do you know what that is? I don't know what that is.
Prefer the 4B movement over the current behavior. I think our society would be a lot better if these women actually do not have sex and babies and all in relationships and all this shit. Because if you look at the women that are really pushing 4B, are the ones that are not the ones that's really desired. Those are the heathens of the women. So they would actually be doing us a favor in separating themselves from the women that's actually worthy. We would actually be able to see the women that's out there in the market through the trash. So I think the 4B movement is a good deal.
I was gonna add this too.
I think Darwin is very, very sensitive. Yes. What the fuck is a perfectly good word? Perfectly good sex. I like that. Definitely. I'm gonna definitely keep that up. As a matter of fact, I have something for Darwin, and you know, I have something for him for that pussy ass statement he just made.
DJ, are you saying that our women should practice 4B until these men act right? Or are you just saying even if they act right, don't deal with them?
I would love if y'all acted right, right?
No.
The
What's the
problem,
goal of the 4B movement?
it's not even about y'all acting right. It's like we trying to figure it out with y'all, and in the interim of us trying to figure it out with y'all, y'all blame us for everything and tell us that we should choose better. So now my answer to that is 4B. Just close your legs, close your mouth, hold yourself, because apparently no matter what you do, if you be with a man for love, you're wrong, right? Because a lot of women's first baby fathers, if you even have a second one, is usually a man you chose because of love. You didn't choose him because of anything else, because of stability, because of this or that. You chose him for love, and you felt like, you know what, I can build with this man, or I believe in what he's saying to me, or I believe in we could build something together. And then you get told by men like y'all on this panel, oh, you should have chose better. So then it's like, well, damn, okay. So you're shitting on the women that are actually giving a man a chance and saying that I'm willing to give a man a chance. I'm willing to build with the man. Then you shit on the women that say, all right, I want to actually be with somebody who's able to provide consistency, stability, and all of these other admirable qualities that society is saying a woman should look for. Then you call her a gold digger and you call her a prostitute. So women can't win for losing. So now women respond with 4B. You niggas is mad at that. So
DJ, I had a question for you though. I got a question for DJ.
What in the actual hell is it do you
Use
think, or
4B
how
before
do you
you
think
bust it
that a
open.
woman should respond?
Not afterwards.
DJ, I just had a quick question about that. Do you feel like the majority of men typically are just these guys that are like one night stands, or just maybe a woman that they might have had some sexual dealings with? Or do you think that most of these single parents are from people who were actually planning a future together, cohabitating, like you say, and then just decided, oh, I'm scared as hell, I don't want a baby, I'm out?
Trev, I'm being 100% transparent with you. Most women that end up going through with a pregnancy, and I'm not saying there aren't anomalies to this, but most of the time, when women have children by men, it's because they see a foreseeable future, or they're open to the idea of building with this man, or they're open to an idea of building a family. So again, if y'all as men are telling us that y'all control marriage, y'all control commitment, y'all control relationships, where is the ball getting dropped from the time that a woman enters these relationships? She enters exclusivity, monogamy with this man, and within that monogamy, within that exclusivity, she gets pregnant, and then you're not holding up your end. At what point do things get lost in translation is what we need to figure out. This is not a blame game.
Okay.
This is something that we need to figure out. What gets lost?
So I think all right. So this goes back to my original question. Why do we keep having this conversation, right? And I think what is happening is the reason why this is always a public conversation is because women tend to make decisions in their life. And then after those decisions are made, they come to us or come to the community, come to men, the men after us, the women after her, whatever. And when they desire a specific result from the people that they're trying to encounter after they make the decision that they made, they would then try to say, well, I didn't become a single mother by myself. It's true. You did not become a single mother by yourself, but that doesn't mean that the people after you have to accept that accept that behavior or accept your shortfalls. So when somebody says, okay, well, you're a single mother, so I prefer not to deal with you, or it is what it is. We understand that that's the situation you went through, but here's how we're going to treat you from here on out. That's something that you have to live with because you made the decision that you made. And that's the reason why we keep having this conversation, is because, and it's specifically in this space, right? Here's how the conversation went. Here's how it happened. Women have issues with dating. We come on this panel, then they talk about the issues that they have with dating. Men have a conversation with them about their dating experience. They say, well, you got, okay, how many kids you got? Well, I got 3 kids. Okay. And you got 2 fathers or 1 father, whatever. Yeah, I don't think that, and a man would tell her, hey, look, that is not a very optimal situation for men to deal with. And they would advise men and so on and so forth, like, hey, look, don't deal with single mothers, i.e. whatever. Then the conversation tends to devolve into, because she would say, well, I didn't do this on my own. Why aren't you holding the man accountable for my action? Well, I don't deal with the man. You want me to deal with you. So because you want me to deal with you, the only person I can hold accountable in this situation is you. And
not necessarily. Because number one, again, a woman cannot get pregnant. I can't say this I can't say this enough. A woman cannot get pregnant without a Negro busting nut in her vagina, thus having a child within 7 to 9 months. You can hold her accountable, but that will be, i.e., be deflecting away from the brother, which in most cases you do deflect, and you basically concentrate on the woman because the woman had her legs open to the wrong man, which often, i.e., you know, red pill manosphere niggas often say this too many times to count. So you tread lightly away from the dude that actually impregnate her. He gets away with murder, and it's embarrassing. Although they did this one little, this one little video where they had a conversation with a man that got 14 women pregnant. That's one man. That is one man versus an entire neighborhood. An entire neighborhood. You don't hold. Wait. If I not recall, do you not hold Cam Newton accountable? Do you not hold Nick Cannon accountable? Although Nick Cannon has expressed his feelings towards Dr. Umar, and so he's working with that. But you never hold him accountable. You never hold people like Flavor Flav accountable. You never hold people. You know what I'm saying? But you're gonna hold one guy, one man who has multiple kids by multiple different women. You're gonna hold him accountable. One man versus an entire neighborhood. Congratulations, you put in some work.
Women who deal with that man will hold him accountable. Or if that man came to the community and expected something from men for him being a deadbeat father or having multiple children by multiple women, we would treat him the same way. We wouldn't give him favor or treat him the same way we would treat somebody who made all the right choices.
Bullshit.
We would tell him, you got to take your L's. But women would come to men after the fact and say, hey, look, I know I made this mistake. I know I did this wrong. You shouldn't treat me like I did this wrong because I didn't make this decision on my own.
Shan.
I think my concern is the obsession with talking about it. I mean, I just feel like, I think we spend so much time on talking about the, like instead of, okay, so you don't want to date a woman who has kids. Don't date a woman who has kids. Just leave her alone, right? You don't like if you went to jail and I don't date dudes who went to jail, I'm not gonna throw it in your face you went to jail. Or maybe I don't date a guy who didn't get a formal education. I don't just be like, I ain't dating you because you don't have a formal. I just don't date them. I'm not gonna knock them for their decision. I just know that that's just not for me, right? I think people make decisions in life, right? Maybe you didn't have a kid out of wedlock, but everybody has a vice. You understand? So you have to ask yourself, do I want to deal with it? Is this flaw going to be a problem for me. And if it is, just move on. You understand? Because what happens is imperfect people judging imperfect people. And that's where the problem comes. Because who gave you the authority to be or the almighty, to judge people when your shit stinks?
Standing ovation. Oh, I gotta give standing ovation. Perfect.
You understand? So I think that really is an issue. Now, I do think that there is a problem with us. I will say that women, we do have to do better with carrying a man's seed that is just not, we should not be opening our legs to just anybody. We have to do a better job at vetting the men that we have in our life. You need to make sure he is committed to you before I think you should even open your legs to him. If it was up to me, listen, if it was up to me, I would ban abortion, because what it has done is it made us tacky. Okay, we always feel like there's another plan in place. I would ban it. And listen, women just need to close their legs. Stop giving these men an opportunity. He shouldn't even be able to taste you unless he's ready for you. Okay, a man should not be getting no panani. Okay, so that's just how I feel. That's the way to solve the situation. Okay, that's the only way to solve the situation, because we all are grown here. We know that sex leads to pregnancy, right? And what you can't do is, after the fact, you have two adults there making the decision.
How many of y'all agree? Put it on one in the chat if y'all agree. Put on one in the chat if y'all agree. Put it two if you don't.
Okay. After the fact, what needs to take place to get rid of a child is surgery, which is also a decision, which can come with complications all within itself. So that's not even a good decision, right? That's a poor decision as well. So I say let's go back to being proactive. Proactive looks like, hey, you're not my husband. You should not even be inside me. You gotta have it accessible like that. Okay, I hear what you're saying, but you're not gonna. You don't have the rights to me just because you blowing smoke in my ear, and that's really the issue. And I'm just so tired of the conversation. People, do what you want to do.
Look, can I chime in?
Hold on.
Beautiful. And that should have cut a knife right there. Thank you, Shan. Thank you for being that what you call it, the enforcer in the room. Thank you.
Hold on just a second.
I do hear women saying,
hey, hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, we gotta get to the super chats. We over here skimping them on pimping right here. So M White, you up?
Point at the issue or open up conversations for these topics. So I would argue that it needs to be amplified. If and only if you're trying to spread, we're failing. If you're speaking on it or reporting.
Look, Shan, don't stand up anymore. People are and abandoning their families, right?
Well, I wanted
fair to say black men are leaving their families, or is
before you get to this next topic, before you was about to do the super chats, I did want to kind of like touch on what the last thing was said. Is that cool?
Now go right ahead.
So I think Shan was talking, and she said something about why is the single mother thing a topic anymore. Like, I think she said he was tired of talking about it. So I think it's a matter of how you're speaking on that topic. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you're speaking on it or reporting on it in a way to where you're trying to spread caution and awareness to people who are going to have to deal with single mothers, given their common behavior, I think that's justified. It's no different than reporting on financial stability. One wouldn't say, I'm tired of talking about financial stability or obeying the law. You keep seeing people committing crime over and over again, reporting on it. You're never out there like, man, I'm tired of just seeing all these crime. I'm tired of why don't you stop? No, if people are going to keep breaking the rules or making poor choices and behaving immoral, you got to kind of keep talking about it.
That's what they have police for. If people are committing crimes, that's what you have law enforcement officers. If people are still having babies, that means that's why they have these things called birth control pills. If you're going to um, keep talking about single motherhood, then stop impregnating these women. That's what I would say. But you're going to keep talking and exhausting this thing to the point where these conversations get stale, and I don't know, you're not going to have pretty soon you're not going to have the same people anymore. It's just red pill niggas, I guess.
So it's a matter of just educating the young and unaware on what they're going to have to deal with when they step to these women. And I would argue that we're failing. I don't think it's enough of us talking about it, because if that were the case, then we wouldn't have the Jalen Greens of society.
Hold on a second. I guess this is important. These Lapeef men complain about placed on child support. Getting placed on true. Getting placed on child support payments, which ain't much. It was just like $300 a month. So shit like that. Thank God I got there. I don't have to deal with that shit. But anyway, get placed on child support payments for out of wedlock children. But they don't want to use a condom to protect them. Sound the fucking horn. Yes, they do. These are good point. These are you talk about accountability, but one is on child support. That's Ali. The other ones I don't know about. I don't know the situation. 4 of them are married. Darwin just got married. Sweeney's been married for 5 years. Nigga, reach 10 years, then come talk to me. As a matter of fact, reach 20 years and come talk to me. I've been married for 15 years. Been with my woman for 26, damn near 27. February will be 27. Okay, 27 years that I've been with my woman. And you think it's easy to have y'all talk about postpartum? You should just because you have postpartum doesn't mean you have to talk to me that way. Versus a person who has ADHD or not ADHD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah, y'all disqualified for that shit. Anyway, let's continue. That was a good point, though. That was a good point.
Making those choices, and then on a promiscuity end, I think we failed the Travis Hunters of society. So I don't think there's enough microphones out there to be able to point at the
Darwin, please. You're just trying to be the next Kevin Samuels. Stop it. And as far as Travis Hunter is concerned, let him have his fucking snow bunny. He's going to learn lessons just like everybody else is going to learn lessons as well. So he's a young man. Let him get his money. Let him have his life. He's young. He's prosperous. Let him thrive. Let him go out in the world and let him go into the real world, a real man's world where he can't run, he cannot hide, and he cannot F his way out of this. Guess what? Deion Sanders is not going to do anything for him. The only thing Deion can do at this point is to give advice. Don't Deion Sanders got 2 baby mamas, one that he ran away from? And he's got 1 good foot. He got on the good foot. Good God. Out of there.
Issue or open up a conversation.
I shouldn't be talking about Deion like that. Shouts out to Deion.
For these topics. So I would argue that it needs to be amplified. If and only
but
if
this
you're
is
trying to spread. Go ahead.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I would argue that we're focusing on the end result and not what got to the end result, right? I think that once a person is pregnant, it's already too late. That person is pregnant. You understand? So my focus is, while we're so focused on the end result, why can't we focus on the problem? It's almost like somebody who has a disease, right? You can have prevention. Prevention can look so, if you focus on prevention, you won't have to worry about the problem. Now you can gamble with prevention. You can say, okay, this may work.
Another good point.
But we all know the only way to stop single motherhood is to get married and have sex and have children, right? You can't argue with the fact that the problem is we're not getting married, but we are still sexually active, right? And let me finish talking to say what I'm saying, okay? Because I will also argue if you because you like to talk about the Bible, right? You say that a lot. You like to talk about the union, but the Bible also speaks of fornication. All right. So if you're gonna speak on different sins as the biblical guy that you are, you gotta speak on all of them, because fornication is what's led to single motherhood.
Oops. And oh, by the way, before I had a child, I got married. So I got married first before I had a child. So there you go. But these are some good points. These are some good points. They ain't gonna bring they wise. Of course they're not. That dumb to be. Darwin just might, because he's that damn sensitive. I fully support DJ. So lovely. I mean, she's a little rebel. She's a little rebel. I mean, I don't mind a little rebelism, but boy, oh boy. I mean, I'm gonna be balanced about it. I'm gonna be balanced. Sometimes she just needs to shut the hell up, but then there are other times where she does put people's foot in their mouths because, like I said, there's a few of these guys are a bunch of red pill Negroes, and the other ones, I don't know, they're just too sensitive to me. But if I went up there, I'll be the only cat making sense. And I'll be called simp all day. Anyway, those Lapeef men are insecure and don't like to be held accountable for their buffering. Keep coming with them. Keep coming with that shit. That just makes my day. Finally, somebody that makes sense.
And that also is a problem, but from both men and for both men and women. So we nip it in the bud and say, hey, look, everybody needs to be moving with intent. If you're not, you just need to be not in the game. Chill to the side, because pregnancy, I mean, sex leads to pregnancy. And to be real, to be honest with you, if you look at the numbers, it's 50. I think I looked it up. I got it set up right now. 56% of women have children. I mean, 56% of women have children, right? Black women who have children, right? That is not that. And some of those women are married. 40% of the ones who are unmarried are cohabitating. When you cohabitate, you run the risk of getting pregnant because you're seeing this dude. Y'all ain't wearing no condoms. You wearing a condom and you live with a dude. You understand what I'm saying? That's a stat. So we need to start promoting marriage instead of just sleeping with people and saying, "Oh, be safe when you're sleeping." No. Let's promote getting with each other, marrying, and then having sex.
I get what you're saying. We need to start doing, but what I'm telling you, that's already been done. It's already being done. It's already been done. That has failed. There is no being proactive with these women today. They will not even listen to their own mother and father. They will not listen to me. They will not listen to anyone at this point.
Who are you? I'm looking directly into the camera and saying, who are you? Again, there's a sucker born every single day. I guess I'm gonna have to be the one to enforce some type of balance to this whole stinking sector. I guess I'm gonna have to be the one to say, shame on you, and shame on you for even thinking a thought like this. And you're primarily the reason why men of today are afraid of marriage. Why are we even talking about marriage? We should be talking about dating. How are they ever going to get a full experience? How are they going to get married if they haven't dated yet? That makes absolutely no sense.
The only option is to talk to the men and make them aware of what they're going to have to deal with. We literally has lost our women, especially the Black community has lost their women. We are at a 30% marriage rate, and it's only going to get worse. We literally lost there. There's no way we can fix that. So we have to speak about it.
Bullshit. There's always ways to fix something. Everything that is a problem has a solution. 30%? Well, we can boost that up to 31 if you will listen to somebody who's a little bit more reasonable versus these Negroes. But I'll let y'all have it.
From a reactive way. Unless women miraculously just come together and say they're not going to no longer deviate. You have your single mothers, sort of like what Ali said, my body, my choice. You have women that will not want to have kids. You have women that literally does not want to submit to what we call a husband in today's society. That's off the table. They do what they want to do. So
describe what a husband is of today. What is so transparent about having a husband? Lisa, can you verify how does one become a husband? And how does a woman seek that husband? I think I said that wrong, but I'll keep it right there. How does one just automatically spot a husband? How? Without spotting a man first. You got to prove to me that you are a man. Not a boy, but a man. How does one describe himself to become a man before he can ever become a husband? Quite interesting.
The only option we have is to educate from hindsight. Educate from a position of, hey, look, I'm going to warn you what you're going to get into. There's no way we can prevent these women from behaving the way they are. They're just going to do it. Their own fathers, the person that the nutsack that came from, they won't even listen to him. They won't listen to God. They will quote Bible scriptures all day, every day. I even heard DJ had the audacity to say God says, which is crazy. But I'm just saying, like, it's just no. That angle has failed.
You have the audacity to say the fathers. What fathers? What fathers? What fathers? That's where you losing a lot of people. What fathers? You don't want to acknowledge the truth, and that's where you get lost every time. Darwin, Bruiser.
Okay, what about it?
That's where you get lost.
What about it?
You don't want to acknowledge the reality of where the community is, and that's why we can't have solution-based conversations and move forward.
Where's the community?
The community is absentee fathers are a chronic issue. Period. No matter how you slice it, dice it, flip it up, put it down, there is an issue with the Black man missing as a father. And I'm not talking about the fun weekend dad, the dad that takes the kids to the McDonald's every other weekend, and I'm talking about the father. And whether or not you're in the home, I'm not talking about that.
A reality question whether those Lapeef brothers are happy with their marriages. If they're happy with their marriages, if they were happy, why do they constantly complain about women and that they are allegedly for the streets? I think Darwin just explained it. I think Darwin just explained it that they don't want to be, they don't want to listen to us. They don't want to have no husbands. I said it before and I said it again. What qualifies you to become a husband? Not him, but what qualifies that man to become a? My question is, what qualifies that man to become a husband? Can you find? A true man stands out. Husbands are. A true man stands out. Husbands are. Husband are. True man stands out. Husband. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. They cry like a bunch of bitches. I twisted. I changed your word around. I did that on purpose. I'm sorry, Lisa. I had to say. I had to say it. I mean, y'all. Durham's married. Sweeney's married. Ali's on child support. I don't know if Trey's married or not. But the only person that's quieted in his corner is M. White. He's married. Other than M. White, why are they? You said what I wanted. You said what I wanted to say. Yeah, of course. They're a bunch of just sensitive little bitches. Not all of them, but good Lord have mercy. And the only enforcer in the room is Shay. That's the only enforcer that's in the room right now. And no one is saying, let's just. The only reason why you want to keep talking about this is to keep spinning your wheels. That's the only reason why you want to talk about it. These conversations are stale and they leave no real solution whatsoever. Your only solution is to scare men off. That's all you're doing. I'm going to tell men so I can scare these men off and not getting any of these women. Because you're not going to find a woman of your quality. You're not going to find a woman of your qualification. The only way to ever solve any type of solution like this is to treat a woman like a woman. Treat a woman like a woman. Do better, she'll treat you better. That's simple.
Because that's a different conversation. I'm talking about you showing up for your kids. I'm talking about you parenting in a real way, not in an abstract way, where you're doing all the things you need to do. You're helping with the homework. You're clipping the fingernails. You're paying for the field trips. You're buying the uniforms. You're buying the winter coats, the boots, without a woman asking you. You're doing all the things that need to be done and covered. You're not complaining. You're doing. You're being the leader that you say you want to be.
The only thing I complain about is the traveling. That's the only thing I complain about. Going 30 minutes out from here to here. That's the only thing I complain about. But other than that, I don't complain about much.
It's not happening. You guys are saying that you want to be the leaders, but you're not showing up. You're not leading. You're not initiating. Your demographic is the least to get married to any race, not just Black women. When you go and you get involved with your preferences, they have the same issues that the Black women have with you. So is the issue the Black women or is it you? What's the commitment issue? What's the issue with getting married? What's the issue with planning roots and having a family? Let's talk.
So that was false. That was false information. What you just said. There are 700,000 more married Black. There are. You can Google it after I stated. I'm not doing that anymore for anybody. Like if you really care about it, you go research it. There's 700,000. I didn't interrupt you. There's 700,000 more married black men than black women. Black women are the most divorced out of any race in any group.
I wonder why.
So even if you're telling men, this is the problem with asking men to practice discipline, asking men to be leaders, asking men to protect and provide. Women have no responsibility to the men or children. So even when men do the right thing, black women are still divorcing them and leaving them. So it ain't about why men aren't being loving, being supportive, being given provisions. It's why are women unmarriageable and not being cooperative. You're not listening to the guy you chose to sleep with. And we know that because you don't cooperate when you
listening to him doing and saying what?
Single, and you don't cooperate when you're in a marriage. And you claim that women love men, but if women love men, they wouldn't go from man to man to man to man to man. They would have worked it out with the first guy, and they would have made that choice of good stuff.
Nigga, they do work it out with the first guy. What the fuck is you? Never mind. I'm triggered.
First choice, a good choice. So if Shannon is going to make a solution-based conversation, it would be to marry before we carry. But I'll ask Shannon this and the women on the panel this: what woman is going to agree to? Majority of women are they agree to they won't sleep with anybody until they get married? And the answer I say is no. And Shannon knows the answer about that too. If we walk down the solutions, women don't listen to no man. They don't listen to their husband. They don't listen to their daddy, and they don't even listen to God. So it's going to be very difficult to get a.
You are very, very judgmental. And I know Ali because Ali comes from that Muslim family. So it would be apropos for him to be talking like this.
Woman to listen if she won't even listen to God. Go ahead, Shannon.
So I'm gonna tell you the thing that I do agree with you. I think that some women can be combative, right? I think because even me dealing with women, I can see that some women, need a little bit more improvement with that. Okay. So I will agree with that. But I want to go back to the stat what was the stat that you just stated?
Black women have the highest divorce rate out of any group of women. And there's 700,000 more married black men than black women. Black men and black women out. There's 4 million more black women than black men. So we still out marry black women, even though there's more black women than black men. All the other races that women out marry the men, except for our race.
Okay, so this is 2 things, right? So when we want to compare marriage with when it comes to men, it should be compared to other men. So when she said you are the least married, she means amongst men. So so let me finish. So amongst any other race of men, right? Because black women can, even though you are marrying more than black women, what she's just saying, hey, out of all the men, you're the least men to be married, not in comparison to women. We're talking about amongst races. When it comes to the divorce, and I brought this stat up a while ago, we have to be very careful when we're talking about stats, right? You are absolutely correct. Black women, black women are 70%, 70% of the time, black women file for divorce. But how many divorces are there? 30%. Most marriages are successful. We keep pushing this narrative. Yes, we did this, and I sent it to Trev one time.
Hold on, no, that's a lie.
Trev, didn't I send you that stat in your IG one time?
It's like a 49-51.
I got the stat.
No, and second marriages are worse, and third marriages are worse. It just keeps declining.
Yeah, the second and third one it drops down like 60%.
I'm gonna
looking at marriage overall. She's basically saying in the black community.
I don't mind sending it
again. All marriages, only 30% of them are ending in divorce.
True, but Shannon is
right.
Shannon is asking for solutions, and then she's going to the fact that we're not as married as the white men, but she's not gonna she'll give it the solution.
I'm gonna get to that.
She's using numbers on a general basis, and then when she make an argument, she shrink it down to the black.
I'm gonna give you another minute on this to wrap that part.
Go ahead, Shannon, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, Shannon.
Can I just respond to what he said?
Shannon was finishing though. Shannon was finishing.
The reason why I want to say that is because it's so important that we give real info. Like we keep on. You have to give factual information. You have to give the real research and say it the way it is written, right? We can't have this narrative like, 70% of divorce because people are like, oh my God, I'm gonna get a divorce. That's not true information. 70% of black women do file for divorce, but how many divorces? Only 30%. So 70% of those 30% is black women filing for divorce. Let's stop playing like black people are not married and they're not staying married.
I don't go by stacks. I go by eye test. This is the reason why. This is the reason why right here. Because anybody can form a stat. I go by what I see. I go by what I witness. I can tell you that my neighbor, one of my neighbors, is not married anymore. They're divorced. You don't see, you know how I know? You don't never see the man around. And she multiply keeps dating men. My other neighbor, he's married. I see that. I see him see me with her husband, his wife, and they always say hi to me. Same thing with my other neighbor. They're married, and they always say hi to me. That's the eye test. That is the witness that I must witness this. I could give a damn less about numbers. I could give damn less about any statistic, what you call that thing, CDC or CDC is something else, but I could care less about anything anybody writes because they don't even write it. They don't even write it right anyway. Let's look at their lives, the ones that like to write these little numbers out and say 70% of women file for divorce. Really? And there's multiple times men like to write it off as they're not married anyway. Most of them like to write it off as they're not married anyway. And even if let's just say they do get a divorce, right? Let's just say they do get a divorce. Are they going to write the paper? Are they going to sign their little Hancock to say, this is the final written paper for my divorce? And they give them a copy and they can put it in their little wallet. And just in case somebody asks them a question stating, are they divorced? They can pull it out of their little wallet and say, yes, I am finally divorced. And you can get a divorce anywhere within a matter of weeks. If you pay the right money, you can get a divorce within a matter of weeks.
That is incorrect information. Majority are married. We have a whole panel full tonight. You understand?
That's not true. No, they're not. That's fine.
Can I just respond to what he said to my stat really quick?
Yes, we were having a conversation before
No,
you
but I
came
need
back,
to respond to what
but
he said.
we were still having a dialogue. You interrupted.
Hold on, y'all.
So really quick, Black women, when dating interracially, are 4 times as likely to have a successful marriage in interracial dating. So I point that out to say once again, who is the common denominator in these situations? Now, I don't even want to sit here and play the blame game, right? But I don't like being lied on. I don't like that. So don't make me pull out these statistics because they're not in your favor. I would like to have the conversation beyond the blame game. I would like to talk about what we can do to be better and move forward as a community, because a lot of y'all talk about y'all are individualists. Y'all came down on Kim talking about she's an individualist because she don't want to have kids, but y'all are not collective. Y'all not into collectivism, because if you were, you would be having conversations about how to cover and protect the women and the children in your community, regardless if it's your wife or if it's the children that are in your house. Y'all are not really into collectivism. Y'all talk so much about individualism, but y'all don't know what that really consists of. Look at China, look at Japan. Look how they take care of each other as a community. Look how they look at the bigger picture.
Well, why you don't go to China then?
What you still pushing?
That's the defeat right there. That's the defeat. Oh, you go China. Knowing that you're defeated, knowing that you can't even come up with any other dialogue, the only thing you can come up with is, why you go China? No. We're gonna wrap up in a few.
What collectivism looks like.
And nobody came down on Kim because of she
Y'all
didn't want
did.
to have a kid. We were strategically exposing that a woman.
You came down on her, nigga.
can use.
You were on her for 28 minutes. 28 minutes.
Use a calling as a way to deviate from the intentions God made man and women for.
Bullshit. If you really want to, okay, if you truly want to hold a woman accountable, you'd be like, ma'am, let me help you. Here's my number, my business number, not my personal number, my business number. Let's have a talk. And it's a one-on-one conversation between you and her, not you and her, him, her, him, her, the whole freaking Foot Clan of community people. Y'all ain't China, y'all ain't any of these other communities overseas. Who the hell do you think? Never mind. I'm triggered.
Whenever you're supposed to be married to a man, and if you call yourself biblically driven, you're supposed to submit to him, and a calling or anything like that doesn't supersede that, because basically it's an exploitation of trying to convince a man that you're marrying that your calling and your submission to Christ is mutually exclusive when it's supposed to be joined together. If you don't, and the only way you're supposed to submit to Christ, if you're in the relationship, if you're in a marriage, is through the man. So if a man wants to have kids and you say no because of a calling, that's a contradiction.
What?
That's actually using God's word to manipulate the
Giving
situation.
into a calling is
Wait.
Whenever you're supposed to be married to a man, and if you call yourself biblically driven, you're supposed to submit to him, and a calling or anything like that doesn't supersede that.
Wrong. If you have a calling, you're supposed to submit to God, not man. Who the hell think this God think? Never mind. I'm fumbling over my words again. This is what happens when I fumble over my words. I'm triggered. I like that guy, whoever said that. Oh, I like that guy, even though he gets on my nerves a lot. He said I'm triggered. I gotta borrow it for at least a night. But no, you're supposed to submit to God. Man and woman both. When Adam and Eve, if you believe in that story, in Genesis, when Adam was born, he submitted to who? God. When Eve came out of Adam, they both submitted to who? God.
Because basically it's an exploitation of trying to convince a man that you're marrying that your calling and your submission to Christ is mutually exclusive when it's supposed to be joined together. And the only way you're supposed to submit to Christ, if you're in the relationship, if you're in a marriage, is through the man. So if a man wants to have kids and you say no because of a calling, that's a contradiction. That's actually using God's word to manipulate the situation.
Giving into a calling is
real
actually
quick,
a part
guys,
of collectivism.
I'm gonna
and
get a couple cats in that and get to really wrap
That's
it.
how it works.
So
It
M.
is.
White, I know you ain't had a chance to say nothing in a second. Go ahead, brother.
So I was thinking about the China example. They you know who the Uyghurs are? I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they pretty much having a they are running them people through the gambit. They got them in concentration camps and re-education camps, and they've been physically harming them. It's a lot of stuff going on with China. I don't know if that's the best example of it. But I think the reason that the men are up in arms is because of collectivism, because they're not saying in general, in mass, that, hey, I'm mad that you're a single mother because you're a single mother. When they make those comments, usually it's a reflective response to them saying they want to improve a community. That's normally the argument that I hear made. Several times I've advocated.
Yeah, that's not how you improve it. Let me move on from him because that was a real bad example, in my opinion.
To say that you're a single mom, for you to be like, oh, you don't get chose because you're a single mom, or we have to push you in this category. I think that saying those things in itself creates that conflict.
How about this? If we're going to talk about single moms so much, then why not hook up Instead of condemning them, why not hook them up with a single father with kids? Bingo! That's a whole tribe right there. Single mother with a single father, boom, problem solved.
Between men and women. I have a friend who
That's a solution for your ass.
lost her husband. Her husband passed away, right? And she was dating someone. They're like, well, you're a single mother. So they put her in this box because they didn't even know that, like, she had been married. Her husband passed away of cancer. And I mean, just really, really talked about single moms and how they were horrible to her. And the whole time she's like, I'm sitting there thinking, like, my situation isn't even that. I'm not even that person. Like, I lost my husband, but he has this judgment for all single mothers. And a lot of men tend to do that. And I think that that is the issue. There's no compassion. There's no nothing. It's like, you're disgusting and this is what you guys should be doing. You should just be doing what we tell you guys to do. And they're single mothers because most of you guys made bad decisions.
So yeah, but y'all
condolences on your husband. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, the reason why you get a lot of men speaking to these women, or people speaking to them,
what's up, bro?
Oh, go ahead, man.
Oh, I was gonna say Aisha just spoke to literally the point of why this conversation constantly happens. Is because men say that they find something undesirable, right? They find dealing with single mothers as an undesirable thing to want to do. And then women would say, well, I know that I'm a single mother, but you shouldn't treat me different, you know what I mean, any differently than you would treat another woman. That's what she kind of spoke to that. She said, when these women come out here and say that they're single mothers, all men say these women are undesirable. We shouldn't deal with them, or however. That's the reason why we keep having this conversation. Because honestly, in the world, you don't see a bunch of broke, dusty, ignorant, in and out of jail men going to women and telling them, hey, I should be treated the same way that the good man should be treated. We don't have conversations about that because it's automatically understood that those men made the wrong decisions in their life. And if women choose to opt out of dealing with them, wouldn't nobody sit there and say that something's wrong with that woman for not dealing with them? For the most part, yes. Are there, and even to her saying, you see these rappers who have multiple baby mamas, we know why the women are dealing with them, though. They're millionaires or perceived to be millionaires. So, but if you look at a regular dude on the street, and we all saw him, and he came up on this panel and said, I got I got 5 kids. I've been in and out of jail multiple times. I don't have a job. I don't have this. Do you think any of us would sit there and tell women, hey, look, y'all need to figure out a way to deal with him, because what he made, the decisions he made in the past shouldn't affect how you treat him. We would understand if women collectively on this panel said, yeah, we wouldn't date you. We wouldn't deal with you. We wouldn't love you. We wouldn't rock with you. And no man on this panel would disagree with her. However, a woman, and we saw this countless times, how many women that went on Kendra G's show and said, yeah, I got 3 children by 3 different men. Yeah, and then men would be like, next, no, we good. And then she'd start going back and forth with the men in the chat because they're saying they don't want to deal with a woman with kids. And she'd say, why won't y'all want to deal with me? Why don't y'all want to, why am I getting the short end of the stick? Why am I being treated differently? And that's the problem, is that women a lot of women make decisions that are detrimental to their future.
Again, how do they, no matter how you slice it, no matter how you say it, I'm going to illustrate my question by saying this. Lisa, you've heard this. Mickey, you've heard this. I'm going to say it again. How is a woman going to get pregnant without be busting a nut in her? How is she making a bad decision? Okay, the first man was a bad choice. That normally happens. The second man, the reason why she's getting the second person is possibly because of some bad things that happen through the relationship. It does happen. It does happen. We're not psychologists, but we've seen this time in and time out. So she gets the second guy hoping things to get better. Normally they get worse. So she stops at, you're supposed to stop at 2. Now, if you go to number 3, that's on you. And that's on every woman that I would speak to. Once you go to number 2 and your number 2 ain't working out, then I suggest you just cut it out. Just cut it out and start working on you eternally. That's what I would say. Let God bring you somebody. That's what I would say. Let God bring you somebody from the very beginning. That's what I would say. Let me read the comments real quick. I missed this one. Why doesn't Ali move to Morocco or other Muslim countries? I don't know. I don't get too personal with him. I don't get too personal with the brother. He sounds like he's sincere, but he's in that space. You know what I mean? I don't fuck with him when it comes to that space. So I know what you're talking about. Instead of talking about American women being for the streets, you must not like Ali. Ali should easily move to a Muslim nation and marry on. You know what? I second that thought. I do second that thought. But the issue with that, in those Muslim nations, by a way of their women's fathers, brothers, and uncles, would force him to take care of, basically, it's not shaming, but I forgot what it's called. Would force him to take care of his woman. Forced marriages. I'm not for forced marriages. I'm not for forced marriages at all. If you would prefer forced marriages, that's on y'all. That is on you. If you would prefer forced marriage, that's on you. But you're going to remain miserable. If we practice forced marriages here in the United States of America, there would have been more divorces. You know why? Because there has been some miserable people. Some miserable people. Miserable white folks, too. SMS Sweeney has major issues too. He's your particular Negro. He is married, but also seemed to find himself complaining about other women that are allegedly for the streets. That's what they're on. That's what they're on the panels for. Complaining about what exactly? We're losing the.
And then they expect similar results as if they never made that decision. It's almost as if a man went to jail and he got a felony, right? And he wanted to go to Europe. And then he would go and get mad at the saying that they're not going to give him financial aid. He would be like, well, I should still get it. I know I made this mistake, but you should still give it to me. No, this is a consequence of your actions. You don't get the same results as somebody that did things the right way. You have to live with that. If not, you have to work harder to get a similar result. So if you want to go and graduate from college, a man that has a felony and can't get financial aid may have to take out his own personal loans. He may have to work a lot longer. He may have to save up more money
Might
to
become
get that same
self-employed.
similar result. Life is harder for that person. The same way for a woman who decides to have kids, regardless of the reason that she had them. It doesn't matter if she had them with her husband and then they got a divorce. It doesn't matter if he just left her. It doesn't matter why, because the person who has to deal with that is the next person. And I don't care why you did what you did or how you got there. If I'm saying that's a hard no for me, it should be respected, and men shouldn't be looked down upon for having a certain expectation of their women and how they want to date.
Can you just say? Can you say, hey, Bruce? I'm just real. Real fast, I swear, like 10 seconds. For doing what women ask, having standards. Women ask for men to have standards. Go ahead, Bruce.
All I was gonna say is he absolutely right, Sweeney. That was actually what I was gonna say, but I was also going that are doing the right thing coming to the microphone. So we're like, damn, where the hell y'all at? Instead, we have to review a panel of women talking about hopping on dicks and whole face. Faces and all that shit.
Because I'm on mute. Hello.
Faces and all that shit.
Because I'm on mute. Okay, now that we got that all out the way, should I put a one in the chat if I should get DJ So Lovely on the show? Should I get DJ So Lovely on the show? Put a one in the chat if I should get DJ So Lovely on the show so we can have that conversation. Oh yes, indeed. I'm gonna get her on it. I'm gonna get her on it. We gonna have a conversation. Oh, they gonna hate me. They really gonna hate me. Let's continue.
And using the term black women in association with it. So it's like, so y'all don't want to do the work. Y'all don't want to get in the trenches and set this shit right. And they point to, well, you're supposed to be the leader. So then when we start becoming leaders and talking about it, now they want us to not talk about it. So it's like, you damn if you do, damn if you don't.
You on mute, Trev.
Motherfucking mic.
So we can move on to another question real quick. So there is something else that we want to ask, and I don't know. This might be absolutely wrong that they know they can make improvements on.
I've been able to do it all my life.
Let me see.
Cross this line, once you cross the line, repercussion.
we
So I
might
don't think
we might have to do a part 2 to this tomorrow. We definitely might have to do a part 2 on this tomorrow. Definitely. So I'm just gonna end this by saying this. I'm just gonna end this by saying this. Know your role and shut your mouth. No, I was playing. People should know their roles in life normally, naturally. Nothing is natural anymore because we've been programmed through so many TV shows, unnecessary TV shows and programs like freaking Housewives of Atlanta and all this other stuff. We've been programmed to watch these particular types of shows because they believe that black love doesn't exist anymore. Well, we're going to definitely show them. But it's going to take one person at a time to another person at a time, to another person, to another person, and another, and another. But this channel must grow. So, I want to tell a friend about We-On-Loc Nation and to hit like, share, and subscribe. Chop it up and screw it if you have to. And become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. With that being said, I'm We-On-Loc Nation. Part 2 coming up. Peace.